Chapter 1774. Li Dongzhu. Zhao Lifei bowed to Li Yi again. Li Fei, you're too serious. Li Yi still addressed her as Li Fei. Sister-in-law said that everyone would be promoted in a few days. Li Yi paused for a moment. He won't recover in 3 days. Don't eat spicy food. Stop eating onions, ginger, and garlic. As for meat, eat fish and duck meat. Qingdai, come and talk to Li Fei. Li Yi found it troublesome again. Li Fei was wiping her tears. Master, I'm here. Junior, follow me. Don't wander around. This is the imperial city. If you wander into the wrong place, you won't be able to say anything. The little girl jumped out from the corner of the house next door. Behind her was Li Fuquan. I know, Senior. It's my fault. Li Fuquan was apologetic. Qingdai, you can bully your junior. Take him for a stroll and push him out later. Your concubine, Zhao Li Fei's older brother, was beaten. When he was beaten, he found 4 boils on his butt. He helped to squeeze them out with a stick. What do you want to eat? Tell your Li Fei to recover quickly. I've arranged a job for him in Mengmin County. Li Yi didn't believe that his second disciple, Li Fuquan, would dare to run around with his eldest disciple. The second disciple didn't have an official position. The little girl was a servant of the Empress. Where couldn't she go? Hello, Li Fei. Why was that uncle beaten? Is there any resentment in his heart? The little girl was very serious. A person's emotions were also very important. He wants to impeach your master and speak ill of him. Wu Jiyu didn't give her any face. Anyway, she also had a son. Oh! The little girl's eyes lit up. Qingdai, treat him properly. This is Li Lang's intention. Otherwise, he will be beaten to death. Princess Yongmu was afraid that the little girl would do something bad and reminded her, Master, you're too soft-hearted, right? The little girl had no choice but to listen to her master's words. If Master doesn't want to kill, then treat him seriously. If Master wants to kill, I can do it. Li Fuquan was sensible. All right, don't eat spicy food. It's best to eat fish and duck meat. Concubine Zhao's elder brother was supposed to be abstinent. Presumably, his status was high and it would be easy for him to find women. If the punishment from the rod was not heavy, he could walk normally and wear a robe. Even if it hurt, he would still have to walk. Otherwise, he would recover slowly. Lotus seed porridge, watermelon, and cantaloupe. Don't eat lychees, but you must eat eggs when you sleep, the little girl said as she pulled Zhao Li Fei to the side, taking her junior martial brother with her. In a while, she would personally go and take his pulse. In case there were other symptoms, she could not write the prescription before seeing the patient. Since she could not cheat him, she could only do her duty as a doctor. She could not lose her professional ethics. About a quarter of an hour later, Gao Lisher squatted next to the charging little robot. His Majesty has bestowed 10,000 caddies of beer to thank you for your hard work. Voices came from the other small robots, and that was the end of it. Those who did not drink enough continued to chat and drink. There was no such thing as drunkenness. Once someone became arrogant due to drunkenness, someone from the 16th Guard would be able to control them in time. In reality, there really wasn't. Those who could participate in the imperial court still had this bit of self-control. Just like when Li Yi was in the Great Hall, there were people who drank too much and went crazy. Li Longji and the others began to retreat. They did not accompany them and went back to rest. They walked from the back. If others wanted to drink, they could continue to drink until tomorrow morning. The small robots were taken away together. They had to be charged and then wandered around Zhuangzi. I didn't drink too much. Don't need to. Help me. A small robot made a sound when Li Yi picked it up. It was almost 70 caddies and was quite heavy. I know. Your program is wrong. I'll reformat you later and restore you to your factory settings. Li Yi carried the small robot over the steps and said to it, Dongzhu, I'm suddenly all better. The light on the small robot's head flashed. Since the Li family built the new Bahui Bridge in Zhuangzi, the distance from Chang and city to Zhuangzi had indeed shortened by a lot. Everyone entered Zhuangzi and immediately returned to their homes. The home was cool and refreshing. The batteries, changed from the small robots, were all charged together. Li Yi sat in front of the computer in a daze. He did not think about Zhao Changnu's matter. It was the same in every era and could not be eliminated. He was thinking about how to position himself and what social class he was in. I should belong to the think tank, but I feel that I am a level higher than the ancient people. I don't have the idea of leaving my name in history. Is this right? Yes. Li Yi thought about it and was sure of himself. He did not doubt himself. He knew that people defeated themselves because they were not confident. Many leaders of countries were actually paranoid. The next step is to wait for winter to come. When the people in Tubo check their bodies, many of them actually have parasites. There are probably many from the Tang dynasty. In the medical books, Li Yi was thinking about how to deal with the Turks further in winter. In winter, there was not such tall grass. It was easier to find targets when it was snowy. When he thought of winter, he thought of Tubo. He thought about the environment and food in Tubo, as well as India, which was over the mountains. India had the Ganges River. The Ganges River, he thought of the parasites that were found when he checked his body. There were parasites outside and inside the body. There were parasites on yaks and other animals. In the Tang dynasty, the people in the big towns and the rich followed the rules written in the newspapers. They boiled the river water when they drank it and did not eat meat that was not fully cooked. Li Yi was thinking about whether he should make a large number of drugs to fight parasites or continue to ask the local medical hall and pharmacy to deal with it. It was a systemic problem. If the insecticides were not taken well, it would be dangerous. I have to talk to third brother. For the imperial examinations next year, put the commonly used prescriptions into the examination, especially the parasites. Force the scholars to learn. Li muttered and got up. He wanted to look for Li Longji. Master, junior brother, and I are back. Master, you don't know, but the person who gave the punishment was very powerful. The girl dragged Li Fuquan into the house. She had gone to see Zhao Changnu. How is his injury? Li Yi was curious. He had never seen anyone beaten before. 20 beatings. I can see 16 marks. The marks on the edge of the boards are on the buttocks. They push the blood under the skin from several directions. The place where the boils were hit should have been hit by 2 sticks at the same time. Then the front edge of the other stick, along the place where the 2 boards were squeezed together, spurted out the boils. They were not fully cooked boils, but they still came out. When I went there, someone was helping to squeeze the blood. When it was squeezed, Zhao Changnu shouted. Then he hummed and said it was comfortable. The girl told him what she had observed. It was inconvenient for men to look at women's buttocks, but she did not find anything wrong with men's buttocks. Oh, Li Yi thought about the situation and asked, how many days will it take for him to recover? Half a month. The boils were too big. There was a hole, and it had to be scabbed over. The first 2 times, it was removed to squeeze the pus and blood. The girl judged from Zhao Changnu's actual situation. The actual situation was that it was impossible for her master to take him to Zhuangzi for treatment. He could only recuperate at home. If it was Zhuangzi, the same injury would take at most 5 days. Looking at junior brother's wound from the snake bite, it was more serious than being beaten. Chapter 1775. Finished writing the prescription? Li Yi rubbed his eldest disciple's head. It was finally his turn to rub someone else's head. Rub the wound with alcohol, don't bandage it. The prescription is to clear away heat. The swelling is not high. Shifu, why are you merciful? In the eyes of the little girl now, Zhao Changnu's little wound was nothing. Qi Dai Zhu Dan is here. Zhao Li Fei is also here. Wu Jiu played dirty. The people of Zongjing Temple did not speak. The officials want to know today's situation. Li Yi explained to the 2 disciples. The disciples were smart, especially Li Fuquan. He was an orphan and lost his family at a young age. He could not remember what his family looked like. He had the deepest understanding of survival. The two of them would definitely be able to understand him. It was easy to kill someone, but Chi Dai Zhu Dan would think it was a show. Zhao Lifei held a grudge. She would be killed as well, including her son and father. Wu Ji was used to it. She had to understand that her thoughts were useless in front of him. The power of Zongjing Temple could not be taken away unless the people of Zongjing Temple said to kill. The civil and military officials came to join in the fun. They understood his actions. If he killed, they would hide in the future. Li Yi told this to his disciple. The most important thing was eavesdropping. If he wrote a letter and left his handwriting in print, he had to be killed. Zhao Chongnu did not have the guts to complain in private. Li Tsong Li Tan had a scar on his face and could not be the crown prince. The most qualified person to be the crown prince is Li Tsong, Zhao Chongnu's nephew. I am not willing to call him the crown prince. Today Zhao Chongnu was killed. In the future, there will be more false accusations. The officials will not dare to speak. Li Yi's words were important. He did not want to see false accusations and framing. What about Grandpa Bai and the others? I heard that they wanted to take care of Zhao Chongnu together. The little girl was eager to learn. She wanted to know everything. It was General Gao who helped. I cannot speak directly about this. Third brother cannot speak either. The Zongjing Temple chief had not reacted and stood far away from them. One person from Old Bai's group could have come out. All of them came out to show that they had no other thoughts. By the way, I owe them a favor. This favor is not easy to repay. They can't repay me. I owe General Gao another favor. Old Bai and the others also owe General Gao a favor, including Zhao Lifei. If Zai Fu doesn't show up and third brother is the last to speak, I won't be able to say anything. Li Yi taught his disciples. The grudges involved were not honorable, but it was the way to survive. Thank you, Master. The two children said at the same time. Li Yi agreed. He was the master, passing on the Tao, imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts. Not only did he have to teach them mathematics, language, medicine, physics, chemistry, and other knowledge, but he also had to teach them how to deal with people and how to scheme. However, don't let your disciples' heart be filled with darkness. Even if you are in the middle of the night, you must have light in your heart. Are you tired? Li Yi got up and was about to leave. We're not tired. The two of them answered at the same time. Let's go. I have something to tell third brother. I mentioned before that you have to be included in the imperial examinations next year. Li Yi stretched out his hand and pulled his two disciples to find Li Longji. Li Longji was receiving a massage. He was tired from sitting for so long. He was lying on the bed. Empress Wang jumped on his back and stepped on it. Pain, her hands hurt. Li Longji's body now had a lot of muscles. Empress Wang had fingernails and knuckles. She might as well step on it. Empress Wang did not need to hold on to the bar. It was as if she was dancing, maintaining her balance. Sanlang, I see that your willpower is low. How can you be a Zhangpu when you go back? Empress Wang said as she stepped on him. He wants to learn Brother Yi's methods. He is unconvinced, but it will get better after a long time. He will get used to it. There is only one Brother Yi in the world. No matter how arrogant a person is, they will have to lower their head in front of Brother Yi. Li Longji mentioned Yao Chong. In order to compete, Yao Chong built a workshop and selected the best craftsmen. Later, all the craftsmen ran to the Li family Zhuangzi and lived a happy life. He smiled when he thought about it. Empress Wang stepped on his back where his lungs were. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu is here. Gao Lisher said from outside. Okay, put on your clothes and go to the front hall. Li Longji did not care about the rest of the steps. He waited for Empress Wang to jump down. He moved around and put on loose clothes. It was just a vest, trousers, and slippers. It was comfortable. When the two of them went to the front hall, Li Yi was eating watermelon with his disciple. The palace maids and eunuchs used small tweezers to pick out the seeds of the watermelon. The watermelon was placed in the well. When it rained, the watermelon was not very sweet. But when it was placed in the well, the sweetness did not change. Third brother, sister-in-law. Li Yi stood up. Sit. Just now. Your sister-in-law stepped on my back. I sat in the hall for so long. It's sour. Li Longji did not avoid the topic at all. He talked about the matter of Hanyuan Palace. Their relationship was confirmed. Even in the imperial court, brother, he could call him third brother. When it came to serious business, he could call him your majesty. In the imperial court, he could call him third brother. In the future, if brother E was bored and wanted to go to the imperial court, he could go. When it came to the imperial court, there was no need to go to the imperial court. Third brother, I just thought about the lack of local doctors again. Let's give the order now. For next year's imperial examination and medical exam, I will specially list the questions. They are all basic. Li Yi did not sit anymore. He walked around the hall. Uncle, what are the main factors? Empress Wang brought over a plate of watermelon and placed it on the table. Parasites, typhoid, trauma, fractures, etc. The use of parasites depends on weight and age. The people who came back from Tubo took the insecticide and it took several days to clean up. Some people even need more than a month to change the medicine continuously. Li Yi valued parasites. The Tang dynasty needed people. As for typhoid, which was the deadly flu, everyone did not move much. It was impossible to infect an entire prefecture. Yes, according to the records in the book, if Princess Wenqing did not catch smallpox at that time, it would be a different scene. When Empress Wang talked about Tufan, she sighed with emotion as she learned about it through internal knowledge. Inoculation. Anyway, you have all been inoculated. Let's not talk about smallpox first. Let's talk about... Li Yi inoculated all the people around him with smallpox. He was in Zhuangzi, so he was not afraid of problems during the inoculation. He had already accumulated a lot of vaccines and stored them. It turned out that he wanted to wait for a place to suddenly have a smallpox outbreak and then use the newspaper to publicize the inoculation. At this moment, he thought it through. With his current status, he would inoculate those who believed in him. Master, you said to leave a mark. If you can't leave a mark, you just have to do it. It can be like burning incense for His Majesty and you to seek immortality. Li Fuquan suddenly said. He considered the problem from his point of view. Ever since he learned pinyin from the newspaper, he always felt that Li Yi was his benefactor. When he came to Lantian County, he wanted to get in touch with him. He did not expect to get in touch with him under such circumstances. Now, in the capital, every place, every square, find an inoculation place. Just like in Zhuangzi, especially the women. Li Yi agreed. The smallpox vaccine had shelf life. The previous ones must be eliminated. Chapter 1776. After the two matters were settled, medicine would be added to the imperial examinations next year. Smallpox vaccination would begin in the capital. Brother E, I heard you say before that people will die. Li Longji moved his shoulders and asked, Third brother, did you not relax when you were stepping on my back? Li Yi noticed that Li Longji had done this several times. After the massage, especially the acupuncture points, he had to hit them once. Otherwise, the place he pressed would feel uncomfortable. It was like cupping, he had to roll it with the pot or rub it with his hands. Junior brother, come here and learn from me. It's okay if you use all your strength. We don't have much strength. The little girl dragged Li Fuquan and ran behind Li Longji. She pulled a stool from the side. Li Longji understood. He changed from the chair to the stool and bent forward. The two children began to use their small fists to punch. Li Longji looked satisfied. These two children were different. They were prodigies. Taking the boy exam was blasphemy. People talked about ministers and divination. The things in the boy exam were like child's play to these two children. If it was someone else, they would have pushed their child to take the exam. Unfortunately, Brother Yi's disciple did not need to be famous. It was time for him to learn. After becoming famous and passing the boy exam, he still needed to learn. Who would he learn from? It was a circle and back to the starting point. If he passed the boy exam, he would be given an official position. Wouldn't he be able to get an official position whenever he wanted? Brother Yi, did Zhao Changnu really go to Taiga County? Like Zhangsun Xian? Li Longji enjoyed the massage and asked about the person who angered him. Taiga County was the county where Li Yi exchanged with Baigu a few years ago after he took out the Ma On Shan iron mine. Taiga County's iron ore grade was higher than Ma On Shan iron mine, but the production was too low. According to Li Yi's low production at that time, in the Tang dynasty, there was not much left now. In an open-pit mine, no matter what kind of metal or non-metal such as coal, Li Yi gave him one, it was enough to be mined for many years. Third brother, sister-in-law, today's situation is special. We can't kill him. Taoyuan County's profits were no less than Lantian County's. How much he could get would depend on his ability. It's best to let him stay with Zhangsun Xian for a few months. Otherwise, if he wants to directly take advantage of the situation in Guoping County, he won't be able to change the outcome of his death. Li Yi was worried that there were a lot of good things in Guoping County, and Zhao Changnu's illness would act up and he would reap without sowing. Zhangsun Xian had wanted to cause trouble at first, but after getting a piece of jade, he was happy. Zhangsun Xian had 4 powerful aides. They gave her ideas. Now the aides were all officials and had passed the imperial examinations. At that time, Zhangsun Xian was on the brink of death. His aides were indeed powerful. They brought Zhangsun Xian's wife over. His wife stabilized Zhangsun Xian for the sake of the family. That's right. Empress Wang agreed. Don't lose sight of the big picture for the sake of small gains. Let him know how powerful you are. Yes, that Li Longji wanted to agree, but he suddenly snorted and turned his head away. Junior brother, you press this place. Left thumb is below, right thumb is above left thumb. Together I am here. Without Li Longji saying anything, the little girl immediately understood what was going on from the trembling of Li Longji's back muscles and Li Longji's voice. Senior sister, is it the Feishu acupoint? Li Fuquan had just started to learn, so he knew the position immediately. Yes, press, use your strength. We don't have the strength. After pressing, draw a circle and put your body weight on it. Just now. You must have stepped on the back and didn't slow down. The surrounding area is still tight. Draw a big circle. Don't stand up behind your fingers. You will hurt yourself. The little girl commanded, and with the Feishu acupoint as the origin, the pressure spread to the surrounding area. Oh, Brother Yi, no wonder Long Zhe is angry. This disciple. Good this. Yes. Li Longji was enjoying. Junior brother, go down point by point and spread out until you reach the stomach. Just this line. The little girl continued to command. What about the Sanjiao acupoint? Li Fuquan was eager to learn. Press the Sanjiao acupoint and the kidney acupoint below with your palm. Don't use your fingers. It is hot in the morning. If you sit for a long time, you will drink cold beer. It is easy to have problems. It is better to knead the dough. Later, we will hit it again. If your fingers are tired, you can change them. Pressing with your fingers and punching with your bare hands is the easiest way to hurt yourself. The little girl used Li Longji as a model to teach her junior brother. The masseuse must first protect himself. Li Longji did not care about being used as a test subject. Jiangnan West Road. Do you lack living materials? Lingnan East Road and Jiangnan East Road have it. The first indica rice was planted in Jiangnan East Road and then in Hunan East Road. Qianzhong Road can't make up for it, but there are many mountains in Qianzhong Road. The lives of the people in Qianzhong Road are not as good as those in Jiangnan West Road, but there is less land for farming. Most of them eat from the mountains. Reduce the rent of Qianzhong Road by half. Just say that there is a disaster and let the people relax. When my men arrive at Jiangnan West Road, they will deal with the problems in Qianzhong Road as well. A map appeared in Li Yi's mind. Qianzhong Road was the area around Guizhou. It was not as good as the current Guanyi Road and Longyu Road. In other words, it was Gansu. Li Yi considered reducing the burden of the people in Jiangnan West Road, but the people in Qianzhong Road could only watch. There were also mountain people in Qianzhong Road, but they did not return to their hometown. It was similar to Lingnan East Road's Guangzhou, Luzhou, and other places. The people in the surrounding area were enjoying the benefits of the Tang dynasty, but they could not enjoy them there. How would the people feel? The Tang dynasty did not lack those things. At most, they could buy them with money. All right. The little girl and her junior brother began to massage and relax. Li Longji was so comfortable that he wanted to sleep. Li Yi did not say anything. He waited for about 3 minutes before his 2 disciples stopped. They were sweating. Li Longji stretched his shoulders and sat back in his chair. Little brother Yi, what's the key to developing the mountain area? If we migrate, we won't be able to get to the top. It's difficult to exchange goods. It's better to come down from the mountains. If there's less farmland, we'll have to develop handicrafts. The status of craftsmen will have to change. Otherwise, no one will want to work. In the past, we didn't allow some people to participate in the imperial examinations because we wanted to protect the status of the aristocratic families. If we don't use it now, who will we protect? We don't care about anyone. If they're not convinced, we'll beat them into submission. Li Yi did not think about making the people in Guizhou rich. That was purely a joke. How could he not know the local situation after transmigrating? When he came back, would he be able to build roads? Would he be able to connect water and electricity? The policy in Guizhou was to migrate. It was the same for Gansu. The current Gansu was a strategic passage. Moreover, soil erosion was not that serious. The people there could grow rice and raise horses. Li Yi said that some areas in Guizhou were fine, but he could only reduce the rent for the other areas. There were also some areas in Jiangnan East Road, such as Fujian. The port was not a problem, but the best solution for the mountain area was to move there. Once there was a port, the people who moved there could serve the port. Whether it was the labor-intensive second industry or the port service of the third industry, they could all be solved. He would compare the situation of some of his eras. He never dared to think that he could solve the problem of the mountain area in Fujian in one go. If he had so much energy and money, why not deal with Hebei province first? Hebei province was a large plain. If Hebei province was developed, couldn't he just give the money to Jiangnan East Road's Fujian province? Chapter 1777. Songhai Aya laugh, surging, tides, floating, sinking, following the waves, night fell. In summer, the sky turned dark late. It was not until 19 o'clock that the program began. A group of Li family Zhuangzi's guards sang and danced. Some of them were missing legs, some of them were missing arms, some of them were missing hands, some of them were blind in one eye. Some of them were missing ears, they were wearing armor and holding swords. Some of them were sitting, some were standing, and some were on sentry duty. It was definitely not a humiliation to have them as backup dancers. Guazi led the people who were good at martial arts to be the lead dancers on the stage. The lights were shining, and the water screen had its own background. It was a desolate place. The performance was accompanied by fighting. Some people were fighting and were sent flying by a kick. They were really sent flying. They flew more than 20 meters away. For the stage effect, Li Yi exchanged for fiber rope. The actors were hanging ropes. He did not use steel wire. After all, they were exchanged once. The price was about the same. Of course, he chose the best. Only the poor would use steel wire. Princess Jincheng and the people in the team had never seen such a scene. They were instantly conquered. Some people were chasing and fighting. A group of people flew up one after another. They walked in the air. They did not dare to breathe loudly. There was only one word in their mind: peerless master. There were special records about monks and so on. They were treated as real. They knew about the chi beads, but they had never seen it. Today they saw it. Songhai laughed and repeated it a few times. In the end, those people were basically dead. Only a few people were left. They sat on a small boat and drank. Someone said loudly, "The wind and clouds of the world come from our generation." Once we enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. The imperial hegemony was chatting and laughing, but it was not better than being drunk in life. Holding sword, riding horse, wielding phantom rain. White bones like mountain birds flew away. Dust like the tide, people like the water. Only a few people in the Jianghu returned. The boat drifted away. The lights dimmed. It was over. Dead. Why do you want to die? He was actually able to understand some of the things that Li Yi had copied and pieced them together. Yuan, they died? Masters, many masters. Princess Jincheng frowned and asked Princess Yongmu. No, they are really powerful. Ah, you said fly. It's fake. Only my Li Lang can fly on a flying machine. Princess Yongmu suddenly reacted. Princess Jincheng didn't know the inside door. How did the fake one fly? It wasn't that Princess Jincheng didn't believe him, but she couldn't see where the fake one was. Princess Yongmu was very patient. Wired. A very, very thin wire. You can't see it from afar. As he spoke, a new group of people appeared on the stage. They were all children, and they began to perform. All kinds of lights in Zhuangzi were turned on. The searchlights in the sky swept back and forth, and the trees were also colored. Looking at this scene, if one said that it was an immortal palace, they would definitely believe it. The Tang dynasty is really good. Unfortunately, the army is also very powerful. Nagli, the follower with a pearl in his hand, showed an envious look. If he wanted to snatch something, he would snatch it from others before doing anything else. When Li Yi first started earning money, he spent it on the winged knights. Then he delivered things to the soldiers at the border and made explosives. When the winged knights formed an army and the number of firearms was enough, he began to enjoy it. When he came up, he first turned Zhuangzi into what it is now. He would have been swallowed up with his bones. Bo Qiao had always been in the Tang dynasty. He had the most right to speak. He said that the Li family Zhuangzi was not like this at the beginning. Li desperately sent out things and all kinds of new farming tools. In this way, he kept his position. Others couldn't touch him and counted on him to continue to take things. Later, when he left Heavenly Earth and helped the Tang emperors raise soldiers, Li Yi didn't touch a penny at all. The promised dividends were not only used on the winged knights, but also a lot of money. Gradually, it became the current situation. Even so, he was still as timid as a mouse. He went out with a large group of guards. Outsiders were all searched and even arranged to take a bath. Look at me. There are still people watching me. Oh. Nagilai was very regretful. He didn't expect that Li Yi, who was so arrogant in Hanyuan Palace, was cautious to this extent. When he was in Tubo, he saw heavy machine guns and 2 other guns that had not been demonstrated. It was said that they were invincible within dozens of steps. Obviously, he had good weapons. Why was he so afraid of death? He looked at where Li Yi was. Li Yi seemed to feel something. He looked over and raised his beer cup to toast. Li Yi raised his cup, drank a mouthful of beer, and ate skewers. The fried lamb skewers were the leftovers of the mutton after cutting. In the future, the program will be performed every day to provide more entertainment for the people of Chang'an. It is enough to put a water screen in Zhuangzi. The people who sell snacks will increase their income. When the railway is built, the people of the capital won't see me for a while. Li Yi himself didn't like to watch programs, but he knew that the people couldn't work all day to build spiritual civilization. In the past, there were people who performed on stage, played movies in the open, and organized people to sing and dance. In this way, will it delay the people's work? Li Longji was afraid that everyone would be too engrossed in playing and not concentrate on work. No, especially the songs. They must be popular and have a strong rhythm. You can hum while you work. In addition, the loan for the clothes would continue. Everyone loves beauty. I am going to research a new series of clothes. Linen clothes will be worn on the outside and silk on the inside. Li Yi wanted to promote the people of the capital to pursue a better life. Currently, those who wear linen clothes will not wear silk. What if the people can't afford it? They will compete with each other and waste the family's wealth. Noble consort Lu had stayed among the people for a period of time and went into hiding. Silk and satin can be made. The linen clothes can be patched up. As long as you don't take off the outer clothes, who will know what the inside looks like? Li Yi had memories. In the past, he couldn't afford to wear white shirts. So, he purposely made white shirts with buttons in the front. The collar of the shirt was worn out and could be turned inside out. At that time, many families could make their own shirts. If the collar was not smooth, it could be ironed with an iron. This shirt was called fake collar shirt. The color was not all white. In winter, there were even woolen shirts. At the same time, woolen overcoats were popular in the north. It was cold in winter, and it was like a windbreaker. It was buried in the snow and washed with a stick. When the snow fell, it would bring the dust with it. The woolen overcoat could stand in the snow like a person. That's right. It is a waste of materials to make woolen blankets. It should be made into overcoats. In winter, it will be fashionable to wear it when it snows. Li Yi found a business opportunity in his memories. It was a business opportunity for the sheep farmers. At the same time, it could increase the number of people employed. Xiao Yi, do you have anything valuable? Baigu did not look at them just now. It was like he was immersed in the program. When Li Yi said this, he immediately asked with concern. I'm not the one selling it. I don't pay taxes. Li Yi first dispelled the other party's thoughts. Do I look like someone who cares about money? Baigu retorted with a regretful look. But others should pay taxes. It is considered a luxury tax. Ordinary people can't afford it. Li Yi added. Good, that's good. We have money again. Quick, don't be in a hurry to eat. You draw the blueprint? Baigu rubbed his hands together and stared at Li Yi's eyes. Chapter 1778. Since Baigu had not succeeded, Li Yi would not plan anything now. For the past 2 days, he was very busy. He was busy checking the health of important people, playing with them, and attending court meetings. He continued to eat. After finishing a skewer, he asked, Do the participating commoners still lack food? Nominally, this is a gift from the Princess of Jincheng. Dongzhu is not lacking. I will arrange for people to keep an eye on it. Songda, who was eating a large piece of mutton, replied from behind. He did not eat the mutton as it was a waste of time. In the whole of Zhuangzi, after Li Yi, he was the most important person. If he were to be a provincial governor now, it would be a waste of his talent. Unless he was a truly capable provincial governor. When ordinary provincial governors were appointed, the people working for them would be the military officers, granaries, etc. It was similar to Li Yi's time when he was a governor. Movie stars would run for governor. When they became a governor and started to govern a province, what would they do? In Li Yi's country, it was not a province, but a province, a city, and a mayor. How many young mayors were there? They all started from the bottom and climbed up slowly. As time passed, the status of an official became higher and higher, including a county magistrate. After a few years, they would graduate and become village officials. Those who succeeded in killing their way to the top would be much more capable than the previous ones. How many other countries would spend decades playing around like this? As time passed, the country would become stronger. Li Yi was studying. He would take the imperial examinations and become a grand scholar. He would first be thrown into the village and become the assistant of the village chief. After that, he would enter the county and become a county lieutenant, deputy county deputy, official registrar. After a few years, he would be familiar with everything. If he performed well, he would become a county magistrate. There was no position in the capital. 10 years later, this bunch of grand scholars would become military officers and would do any kind of work. There would still be no position for them to become provincial governors. At that time, the Li family Zhuangzi students would become provincial governors. It would be difficult to become an official in the future. If they wanted to be promoted, they would have to work hard or be outstanding. Songda was very detailed. He was preparing to take the imperial examinations next year. After he passed, he would be happy and continue to work in Zhuangzi. Taking the imperial examination was his dream in the past. He just wanted to fulfill his dream. Songda, take a look at the medical books. You'll be using them next year. Next year, you'll be taking the exam in Hunan province. After the new year, you'll only have to memorize a few books. Do you still need to decide on the questions for the current affairs? Li was satisfied. It was not easy to support a CEO. As for the other stewards, they had to work hard. They might be of great use in the future. I know Dongzhu. Current affairs are the simplest, Songda said with certainty. In the eyes of the other examinees, the most difficult questions were nothing to Songda. All day long he was busy with the current affairs, where there was a war, where there was a disaster, where the Li family Zhuangzi was going to balance the prices of goods, and how to deal with the various tribes at the border. This was his job. In the past, he was also a student, so he had a foundation in literature. The commoners outside were indeed eating. Whoever wanted to come could come as long as they didn't think it was too far. From the location of the Bahui royal manor, along the shore, all the way to the opposite shore of the Zhang clan's village, there were commoners who had come to participate. For this meal, the price of poultry and pigs in the capital government increased by 2%. A group of southwest barbarians went out, and a group of Tila 9 families went out. Their families were there, so they had to think of good things and send meat. Princess Jincheng came back and gave us food. It cost too much money. Some commoners tore the roasted chicken rack with their hands. There was meat on it that was not shaved clean. It's just a saying. Do you really believe it? Where did Princess Jincheng get the money? If it was His Majesty who paid, I believe it. Another person was eating the roasted chicken tip. The tail glands and sacks were removed. The chicken's, but was fat. It was really oily. Probably Li Dongzhu is responsible. His Majesty can't give money. There are many princesses, so he gave one. What about the others? The person sitting opposite the chicken rack said. He was wearing good clothes embroidered by Su dynasty. He ate the roasted fish and used chopsticks to pick the meat, spitting out the bones. The fish was not big, more than a caddy. He guarded this fish and did not touch the others. He had money. Your clothes are very expensive, right? Don't dirty them. I heard that in Tubo, people can die if they're not careful. Princess Jincheng suffered there. The person tearing the chicken rack moved gently, worried that something would fly on the clothes of the person opposite him. If it's dirty, wash it. Eat carefully. It's not fragrant. When you go home, take off your clothes and wash it immediately with soap. I don't know what happened to Princess Jincheng before. Later, Li Dongzhu sent things to her. To put it bluntly, she has to pay attention to hygiene and treatment under the influence of the climate. For example, there are very few people who die from minor illnesses. Li Dongzhu gave the commoners a national grace. The rich man waved his hand, indicating that the other party should eat freely, and explained the situation. You're a good person. How do you know so many things? The person eating the chicken, but was full of curiosity. I'm the imperial censor. My family name is Yanlu. My name is Huaixin. My name is Lu Huan. The person who called himself Lu Huan replied. Lu Huaixin? Lu Huaixin? Lu Zaifu is your father? Why don't you go in? Why did you come here to eat with us? Another person sitting not far from Lu Huan said loudly, Where do I sit if I go in? I have to greet a group of people. It's not comfortable to eat. It's good to be here. I'm not restrained. Lu Huan was telling the truth. If he went in, he would belong to the younger generation. He would have to bow to everyone. Li Yi was of the same generation as him. He had no right to speak. The group of people around Li Yi were all nobler than him. That's right. Sit down. What do you want to eat? Lu Zaifu's son, we brought you something. The person eating the chicken but expressed his respect. It was not for Lu Huan, but for his father, Lu Huaixin. Thank you, but there's no need to trouble yourself. Lu Huan clasped his fist and continued to eat the fish with his chopsticks. The Tang dynasty will be better every day. Don't commit crimes. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu will be disappointed. Wrong. He will kill people. He has a good life, but he still causes trouble. Isn't that seeking death? For example, if a person's mother is sick and has no money to treat her, he will steal and sell for money to buy medicine. It's reasonable for him to be caught. At this time, he can't steal again. If he is sick and has no money, he will go to the Li family, Zhuangzi, to get medicine. If he steals again, it will be counted as stealing. The person next to Lu Huan expressed his opinion. It was very simple. It's the same for officials. Lu Huan agreed. Officials shouldn't say that they don't have enough money to support their families and then take bribes. The extra salary from the Ministry of Revenue, the Emperor, and the Li family Zhuangzi. How much money did they need to support their families? Their own family and their own clothes were considered dividends. If they dared to take other people's money and didn't impeach the corrupt officials, the consequences, Lu Huan shuddered. He didn't dare to think that his entire family would be ruined. Keep the fish for me. I'll go take a look. I'll tell you when I come back. Lu Huan stood up. He wanted to ask some questions and come back to tell the people. We won't go. We'll wait for you. Yes, it's still early. We have to set off fireworks in 2 hours. You have to walk steadily on the bridge. Look over there. Are there any hoof tendons? There's none here. Thank you. The people next to him said. Someone actually asked Lu Huan to bring something back. Chapter 1779. Peach, Li, Fengfei, Li, Hua, smile. How can it compare to me? Spring, noise, joy, joy. Today, morning, joy. Tonight, night. On the stage, the Southern song Great Master was singing a song that Li Yi had copied. Li Yi had copied Journey to the West and compared it to the Tang dynasty's chronicles of the western regions. Li Yi didn't have the time to write the song himself. Moreover, it was very tiring to compose the song. Coupled with the arrangement, it was even more vexing. Thus, he simply copied it. Many people knew the story of Journey to the West. Just like the romance of the Three Kingdoms, the storyteller directly processed the story and began to tell it to others. The Southern song Great Master inadvertently looked and made a small movement. To others, it seemed casual, but in reality it was practiced. His eyes were fixed on her. It was too beautiful. He felt that he didn't have to go to the Western paradise to seek the scriptures. He had to stay. He opened his mouth slightly, swallowed his saliva, and stretched his neck forward. Husband, are you thirsty? Princess Jincheng handed him a beer with a smile. Ah, thirsty. Drink. His soul returned to his body. He drank a mouthful of beer. It was cool, and he suddenly sobered up. Ah, can she sing other songs? Her voice is good. The great master of Southern, Chu, had this kind of ability. When you actually met her and talked to her, you didn't dare to blaspheme. There's more later. Princess Yongmu smiled and said softly. As she spoke, she looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was there with his head lowered and eating. Thus, her smile became even sweeter. So what if it was the Southern song Great Master? The great Zan Pu was far inferior to her Li Lang. A Southern song Great Master was able to capture you. Do you know how many people my Li Lang has faced, but he hasn't been moved? Or her? Joy is today. Joy is tonight. The southern song, Great Master, was now full of thoughts of giving up the scriptures and staying. No, Xiaolan spoke up from behind. She looked down on the southern song, Great Master. Didn't he have this much willpower? Then she realized she was being rude and quickly remedied. There's another wonderful performance. Ah, Qi Dai Zhu Dan's eyes were filled with melancholy as he watched this big shot retreat. This kind of melancholy was like holding an oil paper umbrella. A long and lonely alley in the rain, sorrowful, and hesitant. Princess Yongmu was not happy. She got up and left to find Li Yi. Li Lang, just now the ruler pearl pill. Princess Yongmu said to Li Yi as if she was complaining. In fact, she was saying this to Li Longji and the others. Don't worry, he's still in abstinence. Qing Dai, give him a prescription later. Li Yi smiled and instructed his eldest disciple. Understood. The little girl smiled slyly. She gave the prescription to Pearl Pill of Qi to drink. Pearl Pill of Qi promised not to think about that kind of thing again. Li Lang, why didn't the other men look like him when they saw it? Xiao Lan asked as she tidied up the sticks on the table. Status and contact. Some people have high status and can easily see the big shot of Nanku. After contact, there is respect. Ordinary people do look good, but they know that they have no chance in this life, so they can only admire and be reluctant to part with it. Pearl Pill of Qi Dai is a compliment. He feels that with his status, he can have it. Li Yi analyzed from a social perspective and human nature. Of course, people with high status would not be too lecherous during the performance of the big shot of Nanku. They were afraid of being looked down upon and could stay the night afterwards. Dr. Li, what about you? Princess Golden Immortal asked Li Yi across a few people. Me? I am a position for myself, a position for the big shot of Nanku. I have a lot of contact with them and am willing to communicate with them. They are talented and thoughtful. I respect them, but I don't mix it with anything else. I have a heavy burden on my shoulders. Li Yi answered calmly. What he didn't say was that he had already become indifferent to this kind of situation. Dr. Li, those songs are so nice. Aren't you touched? Princess True Jade followed up. She was asking about the songs of the woman flower. She believed that Li Yi would understand. I copied the songs, so what's there to be touched about? I didn't know the meaning of the song when I first heard it, but after listening to it again, I'm already a person in the song. As Li Yi spoke, he pulled Princess Yongmu's hand and had her sit beside him. Xiaolan, fill the wine cups for the ants. Princess Yongmu instructed Xiaolan. She emphasized the word ants. Don't think about my Li Lang. Xiaolan immediately poured wine. If it were anyone else, Princess Golden Immortal and Princess True Jade might have smashed the wine cup or directly slapped the person pouring the wine in the face. When Xiaolan poured wine, the two of them could only agree and didn't dare to lose their temper. Li Dongzhu, I'm Lu Huan. I have something to say. Everyone was embarrassed when someone shouted from dozens of steps away. Lu Huaishan turned his head to look. Yes, it was his son, but he didn't say anything. Quick, let Brother Meiluan come over. Li Yi was older than Lu Huan, so he got up and walked over. The person blocking the way let him pass. Li Yi pulled Lu Huan's sleeve. Meiluan, where did you go to eat? Sit here. I'm at the end of the bridge. I'm eating with the other people. If I have something to ask, I have to go back and tell the people. Do you have any hoof tendons? They asked for them when you came. Lu Huan didn't dare to look at his father and pretended not to see him. Yes, but there are few hoof tendons. I didn't give them to the people. Take them with you when you go back. Li Yi pulled Lu Huan to a seat. Just now, they said. Lu Huan didn't hide anything and simply repeated what they said. In fact, the people know the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Some things haven't changed, but they are more willing to hear encouraging words. Meiluan, go back and tell them that the strength of the Tang dynasty lies in the unity of the people. The strength of the Tang dynasty lies in the power of the generals and soldiers. There is no chance of survival. Li Yi handed Lu Huan a handful of fried skewers and poured some beer for him. Okay, I'll remember it. Lu Huan was shocked by Li Yi's words. He felt his blood boiling and his heart surging. Songda, ask people to write more in the newspaper. The people know that many people don't have good lives, but we're always working hard. It's better to encourage them than to pour cold water on them. Li Yi instructed Songda to publicize the country, just like when he was young, who didn't know the situation. But everyone was still willing to listen to the good news. If the country didn't improve, it would be a gloss over. If the country was always moving forward, it would be a struggle with hope. Yes, Songda replied. At the same time, he understood that the current affairs policy for next year's imperial examination should be included in it. Li Dongzhu, the fried skewers are delicious. Fry some glutinous rice cakes. Lu Huan stroked a skewer and suggested, I don't know the specific health conditions of the people. If they eat glutinous rice cakes and get gastric problems, a happy thing will become a troublesome thing. Li Yi refused. It was late at night. Eating glutinous rice cakes? How could they sleep? The people in Chang didn't eat much glutinous rice in the past. They were not used to it. Give me a bag of fennel beans. I'll give it to them to take home. I'm a deputy censor after all. Lu Huan made another request. Yes. Li Yi agreed. I'll pack it for you. No, ask someone to take it. They'll follow you. Lu Huaishan wanted to come over and slap his son. The deputy censor was the lowest position in this place. How dare you say that? Chapter 1780. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks bloomed in the sky. The children had been waiting for this moment. They plugged their ears with their fingers and looked at the beautiful patterns in the sky. They didn't care about how beautiful the fireworks were. They just wanted to share it with the people around them. Li family Zhuangzi, Zhang family village, and imperial plantation. Parents with children were busy. They brought their children to watch the fireworks together and talk to them about the fireworks until they fell asleep. The whole capital government, including the villages, had fireworks in the sky. It cost money and made the winged knights suffer. They won the hearts of the people. Even though there were a few families living in the mountains, there were still winged knights arriving with more than 10 fireworks. Li Longji stood with his hands behind his back and slightly raised his head. He was in high spirits and looked down at the world. This was the Tang dynasty. The people around felt the same atmosphere and looked solemn. Li Yi was smacking his lips, which were covered by the sound of the fireworks. Li Yi had a beer in his left hand and a braised chicken claw in his right. He was eating and drinking happily. Princess Yongmu stood beside Li Yi. Her mouth was closed, but her mouth was moving. She ate a piece of meat tendon, but she couldn't chew it. Eating meat tendons was good for digestion. As long as she didn't swallow it, she would have a lot of saliva in her mouth when she chewed it. It was similar to eating sour plums. At this time, there were 12 families living on a mountain. They were drinking rice, wine brought by 10 winged knights, and roasting the prey that the winged knights had hunted on the mountain. When the time was up, the winged knights took out a set of 6 fireworks and lit them. The sky was still raining flowers. At the end of the 6 shots, the Featherwood cavalry was ready to point to the next group. An old man with white hair and a white beard stood beside the Featherwood cavalry and held his hand. 6 is enough. I heard that these things can kill enemies on the battlefield. Bring them back and use them to kill enemies. The children looked disappointed, but they all nodded. Sir, to kill enemies with fireworks, not to mention one group of 6, even 10 groups of 60 would be useless, unless the enemy stood there stupidly without moving. The winged knights shook their heads. The 10 of them had brought 10 sets of fireworks. They would first set off 2 sets, and then set off another set every 10 minutes. Not only for the 12 families, but also for the people living in the surrounding mountains. Those commoners didn't have normal fields, so they cultivated some land in the mountains to grow food. Usually he would hunt, chop firewood, weave baskets, sell them, and buy things back. They did not return to their birthplace and had lived on the mountain for many generations. At the end of the Sui dynasty, there were people who hid in the mountains to escape the chaos of war, just like the 12 families in front of them. The difference was that the 12 families had taken the initiative to register. When the Guangzhou area was dry, they saw the water net prepared in advance and felt that the court was powerful, so they requested to register. The government had prepared a list and did not collect rent. They were required to contribute 5 pieces of hare skin to each household every year. If he didn't have any rabbit skins, he would use other things like pheasants to replace them. Handing things over to the yamen would give them corresponding benefits. Build 4 fences around it, 1 meter, 1.5 meters, 2 meters, and 3 to 5 meters. The 1 meter ones were on the outermost periphery, thick wood sharpened on top. The second circle was 2 meters away from the first circle, sharpened on top. The third circle was 1.5 meters away from the second circle, sharpened on top. The fourth circle was 1 meter away from the third circle, sharpened on top. The outer circle was to guard against wild boars, and the others were to guard against tigers and wolves. Every time a tiger or wolf could jump in from the outside, as long as it jumped up, it was guaranteed to penetrate the piles. In the past, the 12 families used earth and stone to build the walls. At night, they would always lose things. The chicken cages were nailed with thick wood. When they heard the noise, no one dared to leave the house. After building the fences, the earth walls were widened outwards, and less than 3 mu of vegetable fields were opened. At night, when they heard the noise, they would come out with lanterns and sticks and knives, because the only ones that could come in were weasels and foxes. When they climbed in, they were not penetrated. If they jumped in, it would be difficult to get out. The innermost circle was close to the top, and there was a downward-facing shelter. When they climbed in, they would be blocked when they climbed out. Ever since the first weasel was caught, the 12 families were always looking forward to other weasels. During the day, the older people stayed to work, and the younger people went down the mountain to work in teams. Every 10 days, they would bring the children back from the village. The children studied in the county school and lived in the county school with the other children in the village. After they were naturalized, they enjoyed such benefits. The winged knights set off fireworks to attract other families to live here. The place was big enough to form a small village. The old man did not know the purpose behind it. He looked at the other fireworks. Sell them to the rich. Why don't they sell one for 50 yuan? Grandfather, 50 yuan is not enough to buy 1 set of fireworks. 1 set of fireworks is a shovel, and they are not selling, a child said to his grandfather. Going to school was not only about learning the contents of the textbooks, but also about the outside world. 6 shovels. The old man was distressed. We don't have that kind of luck. Don't set them off. Stop. Dongzhu arranged it. Dongzhu said that we must set them off. The winged knights could only bring up Li Yi. Set them off. The old man gritted his teeth. Li Dongzhu said to set them off. Let's watch carefully. The winged knights set off the second set of fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. Those who watched carefully were dazzled. Those who were not naturalized were watching as well. They did not understand why they did not want to be naturalized. It was probably because they were used to it. Besides, they did not trust the imperial court. Even though they saw the changes when they went down the mountain to trade, they still wanted to wait and see. They were no different from Li Yi's people who moved to the mountains. The local officials almost knelt down and begged if it was useful. At first, the officials saw that they did not listen, so they did not care. Later, when the task was put down, they did not care. If the people did not go down the mountain, they were off duty. The officials' subjective initiative and ability increased by 100 times. They thought of all sorts of ideas. They went every few days, and even stayed there at night. They talked reason, laid out facts, painted a picture, talked about feelings, and coaxed the people down the mountain. Li Yi did not give the order. It was just naturalization. It was convenient for the officials to do the statistics. It was not like they were going down the mountain. Those who were not naturalized knew who the fireworks were for. The 12 families that were naturalized and their lives were good. This was especially so for the children. They studied in the county schools. Those who improved and were good at their studies were rewarded and given money. The money a child earned from studying hard was many times more than what they earned from working at home. It was said that some children brought home more than 10 taels of money a month. Should we be naturalized, a family can get 5 pieces of rabbit skin a year. It is easy to catch wild chickens. Finally, one of the people on the mountain could not take it anymore. He had 3 children. The oldest was 11, while the youngest was 5. Actually, his family should have had 6 children. Of the other 3, 2 died not long after they were born. The last one died when he was 4 years old. He calculated how much money the 3 children could earn. If they did not learn well, he would beat them. If he waited any longer, how would the children go to school when they were older? Go down the mountain tomorrow and ask, how do we get naturalized? Do we hand in the rabbit skin now, or before the end of the year? The oldest person was still in charge. It was a pity that he did not have a pipe. If not, he would have smoked a pipe. Chapter 1781. Worldly affairs are many, laughable, infatuated, chatting, drinking and singing. I only wish to be happy till I'm old, no matter how cold the wind is. I don't want to escape, no matter how beautiful the flowers are, I don't want to. After the fireworks, Sin Yan personally performed Xiao Hongqian. They wore gorgeous clothes, and the stage lights flickered. The scene reached its climax as countless people sang and twisted their bodies. When the performance ended, the other performers continued on stage. Li Longji and the others began to leave. They couldn't keep on watching as they were already tired from the day. Everyone left the stage. From time to time, they would turn their heads and look back. At the same time they would hum, "The night is long, unknowingly the dawn will bring happiness seeking." He had never seen such a stage effect before. He was squinted again. Previously, he didn't want to go for the Buddhist scriptures. Now he wanted the night to be long. Tubo's singing and dancing had a fixed style. There were fewer musical instruments. Only Princess Jincheng's palace singing and dancing was good. Princess Jincheng didn't know such songs, let alone the sound system and lighting on the stage. After listening to Xiao Hongqian, the night would no longer be bright. Then he would continue to live in it. Tubo and the others had similar thoughts. Tonight was too beautiful. How good would it be if it could be like this forever? The neon lights flicker, indulging in luxury. But those with weak willpower will fall into it. In my heart, this performance is far inferior to the folk songs that people sing in the fields during the harvest season. Third brother, don't you think so? Li Yi saw Xiao Hongqian's appearance and didn't mock or belittle him. Yes. Li Longji seriously replied. He understood that brother Yi was advising him. In the future, the pear garden would continue to open. He shouldn't go there. Brother Yi, Xiao Hongqian wants to find more women new. Li Longji thought that Princess Jincheng didn't have much time to be accompanied. Li Yi looked at Li Longji with that kind of expression. He was very speechless. You're telling me that there are many women with Xiao Hongqian? How can you say that? Brother Yi thinks that Nu belongs to our own people. We should be on our own side. Li Longji felt guilty under Li Yi's gaze. In 2 days, find the masters of Nanku. Actually, Wu Jiu is enough to teach Princess Jincheng. Li Yi said as he looked at Wu Jiu. This woman was ruthless and ruthless. Even without a son, she could take care of others. In the future, when he had a son, he would depose the crown prince. Wu Jiu lowered her head, not daring to look into Li Yi's eyes. She had long realized that Li Yi was always targeting her. It seemed that Li Yi knew all of her thoughts. Hello, Nanka's everyone. Li Longji recognized one aspect. He did not intend to arrange for Wu Jiu to call Princess Jincheng. I'm sleepy. Let's go to bed. I'll wake up late tomorrow. Li Yi yawned. When it was time to part, he walked into his own courtyard. Chi took the pearl and returned home. There was a bowl of medicine waiting for him. He said that drinking it would be good for his health. He gulped it down absent-mindedly, mumbling, "The song is singing, the dance is dancing," before falling into a deep sleep. Princess Jincheng sighed and looked at her son. She sat in front of the window in a daze. She did not care that her man was always thinking about other women. In Tubo, many women belonged to Qi. She was shocked by the program. The song and dance touched her. In Tubo, she had suffered too much, mainly mentally. As soon as she relaxed, she did not want to go back. How could Tubo be better than home? She was so happy at home. "Princess." The maid brought a bowl of milk. "Do you think it's okay if I don't go back?" Princess Jincheng took the bowl and spoke out her thoughts. "Okay, if you don't want to go back, Li Dongzhu will support you." The maid looked at it from a practical point of view. It was not a problem whether she went back or not. "Don't go back." Princess Jincheng muttered and drank the milk. "It's still early. Sleep." The gorgeous morning glow appeared again. There were many big, white clouds in the sky. They looked like mountains. No matter how late they watched the program last night, the people still got up. The farmers checked the shelves of cucumbers and cowpeas. Others looked at the drainage canal. The carpenters covered the wood. The people who wanted to go out closed the doors and windows. The children in Zhuangzi kept dozing off during breakfast. The air pressure was obviously low. The officials who worked did not eat breakfast. They drank a cup of cold water and worked first. They would think about what to eat after the rain. The people in charge of the water net replaced the shelter with one that could block the rain. They hung burlap bags around it. Sheds were also erected on the wagons, and tarpaulins covered the sheds. The people who wanted to transport straw and other things hurriedly loaded the straw. Finally, they put up the tarpaulin. They could not wait until the grass was wet. The animals could not pull it. After breakfast, the children were not in a hurry to go to class. They stood in a row in Zhuangzi and strolled around. In the current situation, they sat on the chairs in class and would definitely want to sleep. At about 9:30 in the morning, the original white clouds joined together and turned black at the same time. The wind was clearly felt on the ground. The fishermen cast the last net. It would be best if it did not rain. The fish were on the top of the water. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it was like 7 o'clock in the evening. It was not hot anymore. Many people's breathing became heavier. The people who carried the work at the dock smiled. After the ship was unloaded, they began to rest and wait for the rain. Moving things in the rain would increase the pay by 10%. Another time to increase the pay was during the hot weather from 11:30 in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If they did not want to increase the pay, they had to stop the ship and not unload. Increase the pay. No need to rest. Hurry up and send the things on my ship to the warehouse. There were fruit ships. Seeing the situation, they simply took the initiative. The person who transported the cloth shouted. If they did not enter the warehouse now, they would have to cover things up later. After entering the warehouse, they could find the people of the E-Alliance to discuss what kind of clothes to make. They would take some back to sell. The person who transported the grain was not in a hurry. The grain could be unloaded tomorrow. Li Dan, who only ate a big meat bun and drank a bowl of millet porridge, was exercising. He did not want to breathe in oxygen. The group of pregnant women, including noble consort Lu, only ate 2 fried eggs and a bowl of spicy soup with many dry ingredients for breakfast. The spicy soup had tofu cubes, dried shredded tofu, with ear, shredded meat, mushrooms, and carrots. It was enough for them to replenish their nutrition. Now they were eating fruits. After a while they would eat fruits. They had not thought about lunch yet. The bean-sized raindrops smashed into a mist on the ground. Li opened his eyes. It's raining? No wonder I dreamt that the faucet wouldn't turn off when I was taking a shower. Li rubbed his eyes and sat on the bed, looking at the water on the glass in a daze. He still wanted to sleep. The temperature, humidity, and oxygen in the air were the most suitable for sleeping. I can't sleep. I need to go to the toilet and take a shower. What time is it? Oh, it's already 10:15. I won't go to the court next time. Li stretched, yawned, and got off the bed to put on his shoes. After tidying up, he took an umbrella to the canteen. As he walked, he stopped. I always felt that something was missing. It turns out that there were not all connected corridors. They were built after the rain. He saw a villager walking with an umbrella and realized that something was missing. The Li family Zhuangzi was so rich. How could they connect all the places with corridors? Some princes' mansions would not get wet from any room to another even if it rained. All kinds of sheds were connected. Chapter 1782. Many people in the cafeteria were in a daze. They had food in front of them and were looking at the rain outside the window. Li came in. When the farmer next to the door saw him, he nodded as a greeting and continued to be in a daze. There were people who got off work at 8 in the morning and were close to the cafeteria. They stayed in the workshop for a while before eating. After eating, they didn't sleep when they went back. They had to do housework, study, and eat another meal before sleeping. They had to wake up in the middle of the night to take over the shift. Both husband and wife worked, so they tried to arrange for them to work at the same time. Those with children didn't have to care about them. Someone else would take care of them. Other than their underwear, they didn't wash the other clothes and bedding. They handed them to the people they hired outside. The people they hired earned money and the farmers saved time. They spent half an hour washing clothes and taking medicine every day. In this half an hour, they might as well read books. In the future, when other places needed people to take charge, they would be sent. The book Li wrote for them was about business management. It was based on the current situation. Many people gave a county and asked the other party to be the agent or marketing manager of the county. An ordinary person wouldn't know how to do it at all. They wouldn't know where to start. If they gave a book, they could at least set up the framework according to the book and adjust it later. Li nodded along the way. He stood in front of the big basin of tofu pudding. He held a bowl and thought about it. He took a spoon and scooped a bowl of braised food. Then he stood in front of the fried cakes and picked up 2 pork and cabbage pies with tweezers. Finally, he brought a plate of dried cucumber strips and pickled vegetables. He didn't even eat eggs. He carried the tray to the small room. Before he entered, he heard a voice. What does the positioning of regional product sales depend on? It was Xiao Lan's voice. If you break it down, there are market, price, consumers, and product types. The absolute factor is the regional economy. If the local economy is good, the above 4 are not a problem. There is no need to deliberately look for places with good economic conditions. The market will give the product a positioning when it is released. Princess Yongmu answered. Then she asked, if the local economy is not good, what are the sales rules? Targeted sales, mainly to sell products. As long as social and economic activities exist, there will definitely be profits. Promotional sales, not mainly to sell in economically weak areas. Use the local area as a springboard to radiate around. Supportive sales promote the development of the local economy. Cultivate the concept of consumption and sell while producing. Xiao Lan's voice. After she answered, she also asked, which one of the above 3 sales rules is the best? It's best if you don't. Look at the local policies, the input-output ratio, and the return cycle. If the local government's policies aren't good and you're required to forcefully intervene, what will you do? Bribe. Let's make money together. What do you mean by bribing? Li couldn't bear to listen any longer. The question and answer had been so good before. Why did it suddenly change? He kicked the door open and was about to call her Xiaolan when he saw that the food on the table was untouched. He put down his tray. Xiaolan, that's not called bribery. Changing local policies is changing the thoughts of the officials. That's called public relations. Bribery is just a form of public relations. Is it still edible when it's cold? It's hot. The things on the table were no longer steaming. The two of them had probably waited for a long time. Li Lang, let's drink the mutton soup and eat it for lunch. Let's eat a little longer. Princess Yongmu didn't want to eat anymore. She wanted to eat it when she was eating it, but now she realized that she didn't like it. All right, two of you, take out the food that the three of us didn't touch and change it to the mutton soup pot. Boil 2 tails of white wine for me. Let's see if I can get drunk in the morning. Li Yi called out to the people outside. The palace maids and eunuchs came in and carried the food out for others to eat. A small copper pot was brought in. There was a lot of mutton soup in it and 3 soup bowls. There was also a plate of garlic, cucumber, pickles, sweet garlic, and salted coriander. The main dish wasn't served. It should be small steamed rolls. I don't want white wine. Change it to beer. I feel uncomfortable drinking white wine on an empty stomach. Li Yi shouted again. The white wine hadn't been poured yet. He quickly changed it. I'll get some mutton giblets to eat. I'll drink mutton soup and beer. It's all water. Li Yi was once again in a difficult position. The kitchen staff reacted quickly and brought over lamb liver and mutton with scallions. Xiaolan, let me tell you, changing officials doesn't necessarily require money, promotion, and wealth. Isn't it better for you to help them get promoted? A businessman who can help others get promoted is what all officials like. The purpose of a businessman is to make profits. A businessman's social responsibility is to help the local development. The main purpose of an official's administration is to develop the local economy. An official who can't control a businessman's purely profit-seeking behavior is unqualified. Li Yi said to Xiaolan. The eunuchs and palace maids were taking notes. To put it bluntly, he was saying it for others to hear. He knew it before. He wasn't the only one who knew it. All the businessmen who were similar or more powerful knew it. Even if he knew, he wouldn't do it. His social status and thoughts were different. He felt that his ability was limited and he couldn't change anything. He just wanted to make money himself. In the Tang dynasty, his status had changed. When he considered problems, his perspective naturally followed the trend. Many officials in the early Kaiyuan period of the Tang dynasty were still willing to work hard. The more stable the politics of the upper level were, the more serious the officials at the bottom level were. They were more restrained by morality. After the county magistrate was dealt with, they couldn't go back to their hometown. The people in his hometown knew that he was corrupt and accepted bribes. They directly sentenced his family to death. Li Lang, why don't you recruit some students? Recruit 1,000 people. Princess Yongmu scooped soup for herself. She scooped 2 spoonfuls and smiled. There's no need to eat the steamed rolls. There are small dumplings and meat in the soup. This is not mutton giblet soup. It's whole mutton soup. I knew it was going to rain this morning, so the kitchen deliberately prepared it. Ching Song number 4 didn't take note of this sentence and explained the situation. See, this is subjective initiative. To a certain extent, they only have requirements in terms of supervision. They don't interfere in the specific operation. The terminal departments will give you a surprise. Li Yi was satisfied. This was the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone would find their own way. Zhuangzi wasn't worried that someone would fill their pockets. If it were the officials of the Tang dynasty, there was a word called the fault tolerance rate. The fault tolerance rate was not only reflected in the production of products, it was also reflected in the administration, including some problems with the officials. How could the higher-ups not know something that even they knew? As long as your officials made achievements, the small problems wouldn't be pursued. If the problem was too big, you didn't know how to restrain yourself. If the problem was too big and you didn't make any achievements, who would be punished if not you? As for the generals, all the generals of the Tang dynasty would probably take some of the money. They might not necessarily take it for themselves. After they took it all, they would distribute it to the important generals or court officials. Usually, they would take it when they won a battle. They would confiscate the property, keep a part of it, and report the rest. The court would give pensions to the soldiers who died in battle. The generals would exchange the deducted part for money and give some to the families of their brothers who died. Otherwise, why would there be so many soldiers who fought to the death for their generals? Should I give Zhang Jiajin and the others some benefits and extra to let them stay and do things? Li Yi hadn't drunk yet, but he was already drunk. Chapter 1783. Report. Our army traveled 1,600 miles and met 30 Tujue scouts. They have been wiped out. Report. The Henji army traveled 1,600 miles and turned east. They wiped out 3 Tujue scouts, a total of 210 people. Report. The Shi race army met with the remaining siege forces near the Red River. The remaining siege forces said that they were willing to return together and ensure that they would not be killed. Report. The Khitan army of 30,000 entered the Shi race and continued north. Report. Hebei Daoist news. The first batch of supplies will reach Henji army in 13 days. Report. In the Heaven Soldiers army, Zhang Jiajin was so busy that she was stunned. 2 armies were moving, and the Shi race and Khitan were also charging forward. The Hebei news brought things over. There was no news from Chang, and so the one who came was probably baggage. The 1,000 horses from my family will definitely arrive tomorrow. Wang Han stayed at the side and helped to be the secretary. A secretary was a secretary. Writing and recording were just 2 different things. Wang Han's family was rich, and based on Li Yi's conjecture, his family was involved in smuggling. However, no one had any evidence. Wang Han was not from an official family, and his family background was very different from Wang Wei's. He could even take the imperial examinations, so he was obviously not from a merchant family. What was more amazing was that his family was not part of the Taiyuan 4-branch Wang family. He was rich and did not have an official family background. Furthermore, he was not from a big family. Why was his family so amazing? Why was he not taken care of? In history, Zhang Jiajin and Zhang Shoa were officials here, and they respected Wang Han. Why? Now he understood. The 1,000 horses had to be military horses. If they could afford to raise them, they had to have money, grain, and manpower. These people could raise horses, so it should not be a problem for them to charge. Wang Han always liked to find people to drink, and he also looked down on scholars of the same generation. Then who would he treat to drink? He was filled with the aura of the pugilistic world. He had written so many poems, but the dynasties were not willing to record them, and only a few were left. The most classic one was grape wine in a luminous cup, wanting to drink, immediately urged by the pipa. Lying drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned? Upon closer analysis, this poem had the aura of the pugilistic world. In that case, he should look down on those students in the same year. He could pass the Jinshu exam, fight in wars, and even smuggle. But right now, he wasn't in the mood to look down on people. It was too chaotic. Troops after troops were moving about in all sorts of ways. Some were encountering enemies, some were exterminating enemies, some were fighting, and some were providing support. He felt a sense of dread. Military forces of the Tang dynasty were mobilized. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were mobilized from the east to the west, and from the south to the north. Behind the scenes, there was one person who instigated everything. That person said that he wanted to fight, and that was how things ended up like this. Brother Jiajin, will Li Yi take the imperial examination? It wasn't easy for him to get some free time, but no one came to report to him. Wang Han put down his pen and rubbed his wrist as he spoke to Zhang Jiajin. If he were to take the imperial examinations, who would dare to be the examiner? What were the questions? Post a great scripture? He had a photographic memory, testing him on his current affairs. For example, how should the Tang dynasty deal with the later Turks? Wasn't he operating it? He asked him how to increase the revenue of the Tang dynasty's finance department, and he had been helping to increase the revenue. The content of the examination is still memorization, and so is the scripture. His bookkeeping in Zhuangzi is different from other places. Now, the Tang dynasty is copying his family's bookkeeping, including my army. Also, the content of the examination for his medical doctorate. He is a divine doctor. His handwriting is beautiful, and he can write any kind of calligraphy. He has no problem in drawing. How could Zhang Jiajin not know about Wang Han's pride? If he didn't submit to others, then how could he treat Li Yi as a human? Wang Han listened. Every time Zhang Jiajin said something, his mouth would twitch. He was so sad. He thought hard. Let him take the military examination. Ziyu, do you know how many people he has killed? Usually he always sparred with Guazi, and he personally taught the winged knights. In terms of command, he can't have any problems. In terms of combat, even if you meet him barehanded, I think you will be beaten to death. I'm not trying to provoke you. Don't try it, Zhang Jiajin said earnestly to Wang Han. I also don't have the qualifications. Even if I can beat him, do I dare to? Forget it, forget it. I will go find him in a few days and see what he is capable of. Wang Han readily agreed. He didn't want to fight with Li Yi because winning or losing would mean death. He still felt a little uncomfortable. He muttered, there are war reports from other places, but there is no news from the capital. They all say that the Li family Zhuangzi has the Ba Shui army, and their logistics are unparalleled. Report. The Ba Shui army's Tila tribe has arrived with logistics. Report. The Ba Shui army's Southwest Barbarian team has arrived with military supplies. Report. The Ba Shui army's logistics team has arrived. The voice of the report sounded again. Wang Han wanted to go back to a few seconds ago and promise not to mutter. Ziyu, write a poem. When the war is clear, I will send it back with a pigeon. Ah. Zhang Jiajin became bright and waved her fist. He wanted to laugh. The Li family Zhuangzi's logistics were indeed as good as the rumor said. It had only been a few days, and the things had already arrived without the previous reporting team. Because the reporting team had traveled such a long distance, they could only have arrived a day earlier. Let's go, Ziyu. I will go with you. Zhang Jiajin pulled Wang Han out. Smoke and dust billowed in the distance. The hot air balloon was floating in the sky, and it looked like it was about to land. It was obvious that it had flown into the sky to observe the situation. Quick! Send our brothers to chase after it and bring it back. Zhang Jiajin looked at the hot air balloon and hurriedly ordered. The heavenly soldiers also had hot air balloons, and they knew the situation at a glance. The Li family Zhuangzi's team was at the front. They brought pigeon cages, and pigeons were cooing inside. The cover of the car behind them was lifted, revealing wooden boxes of different sizes. A few of the boxes were pried open, and they contained skyscraping monkeys, explosives, and bullets. Isn't it too fast? You sent them back saying that you wanted these things, and they sent them over in a few days. The agitated Wang Han's IQ was indeed not online. Yes, I had thought of it before, and then sent them over. There was no time for pigeons to go over. The Ba Shui Legion guaranteed to get what you wanted. If you didn't think of it, they would also send it to you. The Ba Shui Legion was never afraid of being intercepted by enemies when transporting baggage. The winged knights didn't move when transporting baggage within the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jiajin was deeply moved. The Li family Zhuangzi's Ba Shui Legion had always used the strongest soldiers to do the work of the weakest soldiers. The internal baggage was transported by the Tiananmen families and the Southwest barbarians. The external ones were all winged knights. If they wanted to intercept the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi, they would have to endure the fierce attacks of the Ba Shui Legion. The surrounding heavenly soldiers all smiled when they saw the boxes. Weapons were more important than other things. However, they saw that the people of the Tiananmen families didn't seem happy. What was going on? The people of the Tiananmen families were indeed depressed. They set off at the same time. One was in Tangzhou and Huazhou, while the other was in the Li family Zhuangzi. In the end, they arrived at the same time. Why? The transportation speed of the southwest barbarians was faster than them. A man's life depended on his breath, and a tree's life depended on its bark. Who was worse than who? Chapter 1784. Both sides exchanged goods, and the pigeons were taken away by specialized people to be raised properly. They could not be released, and once they were released, they would return home. There was no shortage of water here, so everyone took a shower first. Over there, they made stew for the brothers who delivered the food. The people of the Tiela 9 families were sullen. How shameful! At the same time, he gave the order to quickly ride to Tangzhou and Huazhou. Theoretically, it would take 2 days for baggage to arrive from the Li family Zhuangzi, right? After riding for less than a day, the order was passed down in just half a day. There was a time difference, but as they walked and walked, they were about to reach their destination. The southwestern barbarians caught up, and everyone arrived at the same time. The 9 families of Tiela looked down on the barbarians of the southwest. In an uncivilized place, do you know how to speak the official language of the Tang dynasty? Many of you don't wear clothes, only leaves. On the other hand, the southwestern barbarians were in high spirits. They were fighting for Dongzhu's honor. Ever since we surrendered and were sold here, we've always felt inferior. Look, we are very powerful. Go back and tell Dongzhu that Dongzhu will reward you. Zhang Jiajin, who was looking at the boxes of weapons and canned food, knew the situation. Indeed, the 9 families of Tiela didn't receive the order for half a day before setting off. At that time, the southwestern barbarians had already set off for half a day. By the time they reached the location of the Tiela 9 families, they were already 1.5 days late. How did he chase after her for a day and a half? There were mountains. There were many mountains. The 9 families of the Tiela clan hurried on with all their might, but they were originally living in the grassland, so they were not used to the mountain roads. The southwestern barbarians were surrounded by mountains. When they encountered mountains, they would help carry things. This was what they had done in the past. Every time they encountered a mountain, the distance between the barbarians of the southwest and the 9 families of Tiela would shrink a little. When all the mountains had been crossed, the southwestern barbarians had caught up. Because the horses of the Tiela 9 families always carried a heavy load, the southwest barbarians' horses were sometimes carried by the southwest barbarians. In theory, the southwestern barbarians should surpass the Tiela 9 families if they were both advancing. The Li family Zhuangzi's men, who were moving together with the southwestern barbarians, found an excuse to ask the group to slow down and move together. The 9 families of Tiela were not stupid. They could tell. It was just like when Li Yi was playing table tennis. Seeing that the score was 11-0, the coach coughed and said, "No, we can't do that." Therefore, the people on the national team kept thinking about how they could lose a goal. If he hit the ball over and the other party didn't play well, he would still be shaved. The players on the national team had a high IQ. When they served, they made a mistake and gave the other team a point. It wasn't intentional. It's our players who have poor mental fortitude. Just as the match was about to end, we didn't expect that we would make a mistake in serving because of our nervousness. This shows that we haven't practiced our serves well, and our basic skills are too weak. We have to work harder in the future. Now, the 9 families of Tiela felt the same as when they met Li Yi's national team while playing table tennis. If the Tiela 9 families had the marching speed they have now, would we have been able to defeat them? Wang Han had only been reinstating the surrendering of the Tiela 9 families for a few days. It depends on who you're competing with. I think Li Yi said that the most difficult thing is not competing with other countries, but the domestic competitions. Zhang Jiajin admitted that if the Tiela 9 families used to be this fast, the Celestial Army would definitely fall. In the end, there was always someone stronger. There was always a taller mountain. Yes, it was because of the taller mountain. What if it were the Winged Knights? Wang Hanzong wanted to make a comparison. If your family wanted to rebel and set off at the same time, your family would have been slaughtered 3 days ago. Zhang Jiajin looked at Wang Han and said, "How many horses have I given you? And sheep? Why would my family rebel? Later, bring back the horses for me. I'll give you the sheep to eat. Consider the horses borrowed. I want to talk to Li Yi. My family has a lot of things and how to use them. My generation is about the same age. I'm not convinced. I'll give Li Yi face. He has to arrange an official position for me." Wang Han was stubborn. He knew Zhang Jiajin was warning him, but he was wronged. He didn't want to rebel. "Write a poem. Write well. Li Yi can read it, and so can Her Majesty. If you want to play with pen and ink in front of Li Yi, you have to show your true ability." Zhang Jiajin was satisfied and reminded Wang Han, ordinary people couldn't understand a poem. If it was thrown in front of Li Yi, he would throw it away if it didn't have any substance. "I know. I'm thinking about what rhymes to use," Wang Han mumbled. While Wang Han was depressed, the Celestial Soldier Army soldiers were excited. They sent out 1,000 men to attack the Turks. The Celestial Soldier Army's defense was weak. If there really was a group that sneaked through and attacked, the remaining people would move back and forth. The 1,000 miles of defense line would have many holes. The Celestial Soldier Army wasn't sure how strong the Southwest barbarians were. The Tielin 9 families were the most suitable. With them here, even if the Turks attacked, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Feeling the special gazes of their allies, the Tielin 9 families were in a good mood. "Look, we can't take the mountain path. Enter the grasslands and tire the Southwest barbarians to death." 5,000 of the Southwest barbarians took the time to bathe, eat, and rest. They had to continue their journey tomorrow. Each person had 2 horses. These were transportation horses and not war horses. The clerk opened the boxes to check, handed over the goods, wrote the delivery list, signed and stamped. One by one, the sealed enamel jars were stacked together. After opening the sealed oil paper and eating the canned food, each person had an additional jar. They felt that it wasn't as convenient as the 7 to 8 military water bottle and took it home. Pickled cabbage, fermented bean curd, pickled vegetables, fried bacon, black bean sauce, chopped green onions, and dried ginger were also sent to the various combat units of the Celestial Soldier Army and the Henji Army. Wang Han looked at the items with a head full of thoughts. The first thought that came to his mind was, the Li family Zhuangzi is so damn rich. Since he was young, this was the first time he saw military canned food. However, he had never seen the border soldiers eat canned food. He remembered that when he was young there were vinegar cloth, stinky sauce, and large pieces of salt. The other staple foods were husked wheat and barley. Husked millet was good stuff. Yellow rice was even better, together with sorghum. It was a delicacy that only generals could eat. There were also people carrying clay pots. The soldiers made their own wooden bowls. If they didn't have anything, they would eat beside the pot. They drank water with water bags. If there was a pickled vegetable, they would secretly eat it. Now they could have water bags and multi-purpose water bottles. There were all kinds of canned food. The canned food was made of rattan and oil paper, and there were delicious side dishes in them. The sauce was not stinky sauce. It turned into meat paste, but it didn't smell at all. The salt turned into fine white salt and small grains of salt. There were also rice, flour, iron pots, and wok. There were iron firesides, flint, and made tinder. There were also lighters, gasoline, and kerosene. How is this a war? It's clearly luring the other tribes outside the later Turks to surrender. There are good things in those who surrender. Wang Han mumbled again as he looked at the screen. He knew that the scouts of the Celestial Soldier Army and the Henji Army exchanged things with other tribes, including information. They exchanged fermented bean curd and tea leaves. He heard that some tribes gathered together and dared to run around with things. They were surrounded by the scouts of the Tang dynasty and had to give them things and information. He guessed that those tribes who ran out and didn't meet the scouts of the Tang dynasty would be very disappointed. So, the later Turks only have one way to go. Go north and wait until winter. Zhang Jiajin shook her head and frowned. He thought of himself as the Khan of the later Turks. It was easy in the middle of summer, but in the cold winter, livestock, horses, and people would keep decreasing. Chapter 1785. Wang Han took out a towel from one of the boxes and opened it. There were words written on it, and he read, "Soldiers guard the borders. The people have peace of mind." It's actually embroidery. What a waste of manpower. Wang Han commented. It's done by machine. A few thousand of these towels can be embroidered in a day. Bring the items over and bring your own thread. Spend some money and I'll embroider a large pattern for you. Zhang Jiajin also picked up a towel that said, "But it's for the sake of wiping your face, not for the sake of wiping your blood." They're clearly forcing the soldiers to fight with their lives on the line. Evil. Wang Han found the problem. Without these logistical items, how can the soldiers not fight with their lives on the line? If they only give you a towel, you can say that they're asking you to die. If they give you a skyscraping monkey, explosives, and bullets, it's to make it easier for you to kill the enemy. Zhang Jiajin knew that Wang Han had decided to compete with Li Yi because of his young age. When we fight in winter, the Turkic people will be defeated. Wang Han's face was slightly red as he quickly changed the topic. When we fight, the one who is defeated will win. The Tang dynasty is the same as the Turkic people. We have more soldiers, more horses, and better weapons than them. When winter comes, you'll know what the new military supplies are. During winter, Li Yi thinks about summer things. During summer, he thinks about the needs of the soldiers. Last year, during the Tubo War, the Tubo soldiers wore military coats and ducked down at the front. This year, we're facing the Turkic people. I think the military coat will be the standard, followed by duck down and cashmere clothes. Zhang Jiajin said as she looked at the other box. There were pieces of rock sugar inside. The rock sugar had no impurities removed. He knew the value of this. Previously, when the scouts were carrying food, they would eat a piece to prevent themselves from fainting. When the soldiers had a cold or fever, they would use this rock sugar to boil ginger water to make them sweat. I heard that during the Tubo War, the Li family Zhuangzi's logistical support was directly sent to the front. Wang Han stayed in Taiyuan Prefecture. Other than reading the newspaper, he was listening to other people talk about it. They even helped kill the enemy. Zhang Xiaosong's 10,000 elite cavalry wanted to ambush them. They managed to avoid the Tubo scouts, but they were found by the winged knights who were carrying the baggage. At that time, seeing that they were too tired, the winged knights were in charge of killing the scouts and covering the battlefield. Ha ha ha! Zhang Jiajin laughed heartily. She planned to mock Zhang Xiaosong when he returned. After the transfer of military resources was completed, the stew was ready. Everyone took out 7 or 8 pots of rice and dishes. The military kettles had too many advantages. The disadvantage was that if it was not cleaned properly, there would be a strange smell. Strange smells did not matter to the soldiers. The food they ate was not poisonous. So who was to blame if they could not wash it clean? Zhang Jiajin and Wang Han each had a large enamel jar. They first put the rice inside, then scooped out the stew, soup, and a large steamed bun. When the border soldiers ate, as long as the conditions were right, they would prepare both rice and steamed buns and eat both together. There was also a piece of fermented bean curd on the side. There are salted eggs today. A quarter of a goose egg, half of a duck egg, but there are no eggs. The cook gave out salted eggs, the very salty kind. The reason there were no eggs was because the people of the capital had eaten all the eggs. Duck and goose eggs had a fishy smell and were suitable for pickling and salting. Eggs could be boiled, fried, mixed with stuffing, steamed, or mixed into soup. Old Sue wears the fermented bean curd soup. Pour some. A non-commissioned officer made a request to the person who gave out the salted eggs. What soup? The stewed soup is not enough? Old Sue stared. You still want something good. Dream on. Did you get corrupted? I haven't seen fermented bean curd soup in a long time. Yes, I drank all of it. Then you weren't scared. I drank a lot of water. What's wrong? It's fine. There's something wrong with yours. Change. Sigh. This old Sue has a bad temper. The person beside him said, the game we hunted is too fishy. Soak it in water. If there's not enough time, cook it with fermented bean curd soup. Some jokes can't be made. I'm just idle. I know. They'll only eat the leftovers after we finish eating. If there's no leftovers, they'll make some wild vegetables and add salt. Old Sue don't mind it. I can't be bothered with you. It's so comfortable fighting the war. If it were a few years ago, why would we need to waste our energy fighting the 10 families of Tela? We would have beaten them into submission long ago. Don't talk nonsense. We're all brothers. It doesn't matter. We don't care. If we knew a few years ago about the life we're living now, we would have surrendered long ago. Why bother fighting? The people of the 9 families of Tela said. They were not angry. He was satisfied with his current life. There was no lack of furniture at home, and there was even more food. When he lay on the Kong bed in winter, he no longer had to worry about freezing to death in the middle of the night. There was no way he was going to live like he used to. Now that his wife was fragrant and chubby, he did not have to worry about anything happening at home. After eating, the people of the 9 families of Tela who came later were assigned tasks to help defend and patrol. The southwestern barbarians were in charge of transporting things, and 5,000 of them did not participate. They slept, had another meal at night, and then slept again. At dawn the next day, the 5,000 southwestern barbarians who had eaten breakfast set off northeast under the lead of the Li family Zhuangzi. They would first go to the Shi tribe and give them some things before continuing northeast. Their destination was Bohai Kingdom. They would go to the 3 commanderies of the Tang dynasty, which was also one protectorate. They would deliver things to the soldiers there and then go to Bohai Kingdom to exchange for things. There were many mountains along the way, which was most suitable for the southwestern barbarians to march. From here, the straight line distance was more than 2,700 li, but the real road was twice as long. Of the 5,000 southwestern barbarians, 3,000 carried bows, 2,000 carried shields, and everyone had a kukri knife, which was very useful for killing people and clearing the trees and weeds on the road. The kukri knife was called Gurkha knife in Li's time. The local warriors used this knife to cooperate with the empire that had already fallen. As long as they encountered a strong enemy and needed to fight hand-to-hand, they would rush to the front line and were unstoppable. The kukri knife was famous because of these warriors. When Gurkha was mentioned, no one would not be afraid. However, the Gurkha knife, which had never lost hand-to-hand combat, was defeated by the tri-edged thorn. It was not that the tri-edged thorn was more powerful than the kukri knife. There was no difference between weapons in hand-to-hand combat. Gurkha, who had never tasted defeat, encountered the national army of Li Yi's time. Both sides fought with their lives, and in the end, the Gurkha warriors were defeated. They could not fight anymore and were terrified. As the Gurkha warriors were killed, the tri-edged thorn became famous. The tri-edged thorn was not the best military knife, but it depended on whose hand it was in. Rifles and millet could also be awesome weapons and logistical supplies. The current southwestern barbarians were not the best. The winged knights were. Knowing the gap, the southwestern barbarians worked very hard. Wasn't it just about 5,000 li? When they reached the place, they exchanged things with others and hunted in the jungle. After that, they turned back to the seaside and had a boat to pick them up. They took the boat to Haizhou and took the train to Luoyang. The southwestern barbarians continued to take the train back to the Li family Zhuangzi's home south of Baishui. In winter, they could bring back a lot of hazelnuts, mushrooms, pine nuts, ginseng, deer antlers, mink fur, tussock cocoons. They brought an extra set of clothes and military boots to change into when they arrived at Bohai Kingdom. Although it was called trade, it was actually to let Bohai Kingdom see how strong a random army of the Li family Zhuangzi was and not to play any tricks. Chapter 1786. Selling newspapers selling newspapers. The newspaper boy got up early in the morning to pedal his scooter. There was a basket in front of the scooter filled with newspapers. There were also some who delivered newspapers on bicycles. No matter what, they all ran to school after 8 in the morning for lessons. There were no more shoeshine children either. They could only be seen at night after school or on Sundays. The children studied very hard. Not only were they learning knowledge, but they also had an extra burden to earn money for their families. It didn't matter to the children of rich families, but the children of ordinary families, especially the girls, would be brought home to work if they couldn't earn money from their studies. In the neighborhood, the children of other families went to school in the morning and left at night to get a scholarship for their families. Because they didn't study hard, they didn't earn as much as the scholarship. They were also tired. Was studying more tiring than this? The key was that they couldn't lift their heads. The children who sold newspapers and shined shoes earned 2 sets of money. They knew how hard it was to earn money. They could study and earn money. They worked harder than the children of rich families. Normally, they shouldn't eat too much for dinner. They would eat as much as they could at school. After eating, they would shine their shoes. When no one was shining their shoes, they would continue to study under the street lamp. Usually, they would choose to read in the open space in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate. The lights there were the brightest, under the Imperial City. Or they would take the free bus to the Li Family Zhuangzi Street in the south of the city. It was also bright there. There were also students whose family conditions weren't good enough. They would read with the children. If there were any questions they didn't know, they could ask them at any time. There were even students who taught children at night. It was free. They could learn new things by reviewing the past. In addition, they could let others see that they were virtuous. Now, the students who were going to take the exam all understood that the things they memorized weren't important. They were in the current affairs newspapers. If they wanted to be an official, they had to be familiar with the people's lives. If they wanted to be valued, they had to be virtuous. If they didn't know the knowledge, they could learn it. If they weren't virtuous, they wouldn't want them. If they passed the imperial examination, they would arrange an idle position. No, they would let them wait to be assigned. Just wait. Xiao Yi, I was the first to stand up and support you in the morning assembly that day. Take care of Zhao Chongnu. After breakfast, when Li Yi was preparing to bring the nurses and disciples to practice on death row prisoners, Baigu didn't go to Zhuangzi's political hall and ran to him. Old Bai, are you going to use favors like this? Li Yi looked at Baigu in confusion. What favor? I'm just here to ask. Noodles are considered a tertiary industry. The Ministry of Revenue is in charge, but the profits are getting smaller and smaller. Baigu was stunned for a moment before he told them about the Ministry of Revenue. The mention of the Ministry of Revenue was an official matter. It had nothing to do with personal favors, unless he used this favor on official matters. Is the overall profit smaller or the profit ratio smaller? The reason why the profit ratio is small is that the cost has not been reduced. The overall profit is low, and it is the problem of the sales volume. Li Yi raised 2 fingers. To put it bluntly, profit was very simple. Both. The cost is even higher than Zhongsun Xian's. He's just a relative of the Ministry of Revenue. He used to sell noodles all the time. His cost is lower than that of the Ministry of Revenue. Baigu seemed very sad when he talked about this matter. He couldn't compare with the Li family Zhuangzi, but he was actually worse than a relative. Why? Li Yi didn't believe that Baigu wouldn't investigate. He has business connections. Not only does he sell noodles, but he also sells black bread and cakes. The cakes have honey and sugar. After they are dried, they can last for a long time. They are like sun-dried buns. Baigu indeed knew the reason. Zhongsun Xian was matching the sales. It looked like a set of things were cheap, but in fact, the profit ratio of noodles was higher. He used other things to support the sales of noodles. The other things didn't have an accurate value, so the price of noodles was about the same. His 4 aides are really amazing. They just need to set up a subsidiary company and then go public. The Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi found something interesting. To others, Zhang Sunxian's operation was perfect and amazing. In his eyes, it was still far from enough. He could continue to improve. Xiao Yi, you really know. Why didn't you write it in the book? What's a subsidiary company and going public? Bai Gu thought that he had discovered a huge secret. Xiao Yi was hiding it. The industrial chain and deep processing, there's no introduction in the book? Oh, Bai, go back and read. Don't waste my time. I have a surgery here to practice. Actually, it's not practice. He was indeed sick. He originally wanted to perform cardiovascular surgery. Now it's become bile duct stenosis and dilation surgery. It's everyone's first time doing it. Don't affect my mood. Li Yi could compromise on other things, but he would not agree to this. What's written in the book is different from the actual operation. There's a problem with your writing. Bai Gu had read the book before. When it came to the specific aspects, it did not seem to match. I didn't even dare to say which part of the module I wrote about Jiangnan West Road and other places can be used. You found a direct location in the book? Is there such a good book? Li Yi was even more surprised. Shouldn't the knowledge in the book be used flexibly after learning it? Did the book directly tell you how to do it? Why haven't I encountered such a book? It's not the book's problem. It's how the Ministry of Revenue makes money now. Bai Gu's face was not red. Under the same conditions, state-owned enterprises really can't beat private enterprises. Li Yi shook his head. At that time, state-owned enterprises relied on various policies and welfare systems. For the same local government project, private enterprises and state-owned enterprises competed. The private enterprise offered a lower price than the state-owned enterprise, and the state-owned enterprise won the bid. The private enterprise went to the city next to it to do the same project through bribery. In the end, they found that the quality of the state-owned enterprise's project was not as good as the private enterprise next to it. The state-owned enterprise shirked responsibility and outsourced. Then, a group of experts jumped out and said that outsourcing was normal. Why? Because in fact, the people did not care about outsourcing at all. The people wanted to ask why the state-owned enterprise could win the bid if the quality of the project was not good. Now, the same thing happened in the Tang dynasty. People were overstaffed. Oh, Bai, there's another book with a reward and punishment mechanism. Go and take a look. Just say the word. I'm old. My eyes are blurred from reading, and I don't have the energy. Bai Gu wanted to say that no doctor could treat him, but when he remembered that he had reading glasses, he could only change the reason. Change the person in charge and tell the others that whoever has the ability to make the tertiary industry of the Ministry of Revenue more profitable will be the head. Let's go. Li Yi said this and went into the hospital. He began to change his clothes and wash his hands. Isn't this an administrative problem? Do you think I don't know? Your Li family Zhuangzi is not. Bai Gu turned around and walked back while muttering. Instantly he was happy. It doesn't count as asking Xiao Yi to return the favor, right? By Zaifu, it's a sense of crisis. The people in the tertiary industry of the Ministry of Revenue feel that it's official. Some people don't think that it will be removed. Xiao Lan's voice came. She had accompanied Princess Yongmu over for a stroll. By Zaifu, it's a sense of crisis. We're working very hard. We're afraid that we'll be taken care of. Tao Hong, who was next to him, echoed. The fighting in the palace was too fierce. If you wanted to live, you had to step on others. If you slacked off, it would be a problem whether you could survive or not. Chapter 1787. For the next 2 days, eat less and eat more. Avoid spicy food, don't drink alcohol, and eat less fat. It's best if, Li Dongzhu, I'm a prisoner on death row. What I eat has nothing to do with me, and it's impossible for me to drink alcohol. The prisoner on death row was woken up after the operation. He wanted to cry when he heard Li Yi's words. I know you're a good doctor, but I'm not qualified to enjoy some things. Yes, I forgot. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. The victim agreed to your 3 surgical trials. If you survive, you can go and line up the cannons. After you finish the required number of cannons, you'll be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. We'll give the victim 100 yuan as compensation. If there's a serious illness, I'll do it myself. In the following days, you should learn how to line up the cannons. It's a technical job. Li Yi changed back from a doctor's perspective. He was very immersed in the surgery, especially for prisoners on death row who had diseases. If the prisoner on death row was not sick, he would feel different when he tried the surgery. The person lying on the operating table was indeed sick, and he had to work hard to cure him. Li Yi turned and left. The other nurses were responsible for sending the patient to the inpatient building. The patient did not know how to run, and he did not dare to kill. He still had his family. Being alive was better than anything else. Do another one tomorrow. Li Yi relaxed after the surgery. There were many prisoners on death row. According to the information, in the Kaiyuan age, there were less than 10 people on death row every year. In fact, that was not the case. The local family dealt with it directly without reporting it to the authorities. If they did not report it to the authorities, there would be no data. Did the authorities not know? Why did they not send people to investigate? Did it mean that if a foreigner died silently in a certain family's village, it would be fine? Li Yi understood. Thinking about it this way was indeed wrong. It meant that the authorities were not advanced enough. But in comparison, in some countries, as long as he did not report the infection and death data of the epidemic, his infection rate and death rate would be low. For something that could happen more than 1,300 years later, could the current Great Tang really have such detailed data? What kind of joke was this? It was written in the newspaper that if there was someone who needed to be killed, they could report it to the authorities. If the doctor wanted to use them, they could not kill themselves. All of a sudden, the number of prisoners on death row increased. The imperial court and the Li family Zhuangzi would send people to investigate each prisoner individually. There were indeed some crimes that did not warrant death, but instead they were sentenced to imprisonment. For example, in the Qing dynasty, adultery and rape were punishable by death and drowning in a pig cage. This was not the case in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, it was usually 3 years of apprenticeship for adults. For young girls, it was death. When it came to children, whether it was abduction or rape, there was only one outcome. For example, Li Yi did not accept such cases. The prisoners on death row had a chance to live by being Li Yi's practice. Those who hurt children were not included. Li Yi did not agree. He would rather have one less person to practice with. In addition, those who annihilated other sects without enmity were also excluded. Only when there was conflict, killing people out of passion, or being bullied by others, would there be a chance. The lighter ones that weren't used as practice tools belonged to the category of hanging. They sold a lot of fake goods and stole too many things. This kind of direct action should be the death penalty, but arranged to line up the firecrackers. None of the victims and their families were alive or dead. The victims' families asked the other party if they wanted to give them a chance. If they gave them a chance, they would be compensated with money. Li Dongzhu used it as practice. If the victims or their families requested, they would at most practice 3 times. If they practiced one more time, the compensation would be less. They just wanted the person to die. If they did not want compensation, the person would die. Some families did not value money. They supported Li Yi's practice by asking for 3 times. At the same time, they also got a chance for Li Yi to personally treat the seriously ill. Those who were far away were suddenly seriously injured and could not be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi in time. This did not count. What about those who had tuberculosis? If they could be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi alive, Li Yi would have to treat them. Some families even got a chance. Some wives in the family were pregnant with several children. When the doctor took their pulse, he found that it was not just smooth pulse. How many heartbeats were there? In such a situation, if the family wanted to save the children, they had to quickly send them to Chang. and send them to the Li family Zhuangzi. This was the best thing about Chinese medicine. They could tell if you were pregnant or not by taking the pulse. Some powerful Chinese medicine doctors could even know if you were pregnant with a child or a big parasite. Moreover, there had always been people who bent the waist and legs, wiped the chest, and patted the back after going into shock. This was the most primitive cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Li Lang, is it common for the Ministry of Revenue to sell noodles? He pulled Li Yi's hand to the cafeteria and asked on the way. Li Yi and the nurses did not eat in the morning. They only drank water, afraid that eating would affect their condition. If this person did not undergo surgery as soon as possible, there would be unexpected situations, such as bile duct adhesion. It turned out that the gallbladder was not good. In the future, he would be locked up and beheaded. The endocrine imbalance would be even more serious. Yes, it involves a humanities problem, not just about material gain. Seeking balance in it is the mean, not left, right, and not in the middle. Li Yi was most troubled by social problems. The officials guaranteed that they would not have as much money as the businessmen. This problem was discovered in ancient times. Therefore, the businessmen were suppressed, and the position of the businessmen was lowered. However, the businessmen operated with capital. They were not dead people. They would think of other ways to lower their position. For example, a big businessman sponsored many students. Some of the students eventually became the prime minister. The prime minister knew that the businessman was wrong and should be suppressed. However, if he dared to say this, he would be treacherous. If you have such a backbone, why did you eat other people's food in the past? Read the books they bought for you? Wear the clothes they made for you? Today, you can trample on the people who had sacrificed for you. Tomorrow, you can give the imperial favor to them. In the future, we will strengthen the publicity. We can't eat Chinese food and believe other people's words. There is no right or wrong in politics and religion. It only depends on who has the final say. Li Yi decided to strengthen the promotion of Chinese civilization. The religious places in Tubo and Chang and city would all be cleaned up. He had to act quickly before they became popular. Brother Yi, you're here. Have you eaten? Li Qingqi hurried over and saw Li Yi and the others standing at the entrance of the cafeteria. Brother, do you want to eat together? Li Yi pointed at the cafeteria. The railway is repaired. It's all repaired. Hurry up and put down the locomotive. It will run from here and back. Let's see if it works. Li Qingqi did not eat. He had just received news that the railway from Chang and city to Haizhou had been repaired. It was now undergoing follow-up maintenance. Tomorrow, no, in the afternoon, install the locomotive. Don't carry the carriages. Let's go empty-handed. After that, install a few more carriages. Li Yi instantly felt numb all over. He was excited, but when he spoke he sounded very calm. His endocrine system intensified. He felt stomach acid and wanted to vomit. Give me oxygen. Li Yi clenched his fists. Numb. Beside him, Qing Song opened the box as fast as he could and gave Li Yi a tube. The valve of the small oxygen tank was opened. Not today. Tomorrow, tell the cafeteria to boil 2 ounces of white wine for me. Li Yi was excited. He knew the scale of economic growth after the railway was repaired. It would be directly from Haizhou to Chang'an City. Chapter 1788. Rows of railroad tracks had already been laid in the south of the southwest Barbarian. 2 steam engines were placed on the railroad tracks, and there were more empty carriages. Usually there was a wall around this place, and no one was allowed to see it. The carriages and engines were manufactured in the west of the Li family Zhuangzi and assembled here. Today the wall was removed, and many people stood on the wall to look at the engines. The people already knew about the train. The introduction was written in the newspaper with pictures. Countless people were used to build the railroad. Looking at the heavy railroad tracks, the people also talked about how many iron pots and kitchen knives were used to build the railroad. People from Jiangxi Province, Guanyi Province, Shannon East Province, Shannon West Province, Huainan Province Hebei Province, Hunan Province, and Jiangnan East Province all participated in the construction of the railroad. Jiangnan East Province was especially poor in Liyi's Fujian Province. It was said that building the railroad made money, and the laborers brought their household registration and certificates issued by the government. They didn't even bring dry food with them. The work at home was handed over to their parents, wives, and children. Brothers came out together with dry food, afraid that the family would starve. They ate free food at the relay station along the way. When they worked, they were paid according to the day. Temporary workers were allowed. Because temporary workers worked for a short time, they weren't given jobs with relatively high skills and their wages were low. For example, newbies couldn't carry the railroad tracks. If they couldn't keep up with the rhythm, they would die. The buckles that connected the rails to each other were even more technical. Just the ingredients for the railroad workers' meals drove the local economy along the railroad tracks. It was impossible to eat pork for every meal. There weren't many pigs. It was no problem to eat chicken, duck, and fish. There was an unlimited supply of rice. The people didn't slack off. As long as they were paid, they didn't eat less. Other than sleeping, they worked. They worked shorter than the estimated construction period, and they were given extra bonuses. According to the ratio of working days, those who worked for a day and quit might be given an extra 1% or even no bonus. Those who worked from the beginning to the end received the same amount of bonus as their wages. Skilled jobs had higher wages. If one wanted to do skilled jobs, they needed to be literate and do simple calculations. So fast! Great people! Li Yi expressed his admiration and pride. The only tools were wheelbarrows, carriages, iron frames, wooden frames, hand gourds, crowbars, earth baskets, shovels, pickaxes, and so on. Without any advanced tools, the people used these things to build a railway from Haizhou to Chang, and in less than a year. He stood with the others on the platform, the concrete platform. Money. 30 million. Bai Go wasn't surprised. He had spent all the money that he had earned with great difficulty last year. 5 years ago, all the income of the entire Tang dynasty in 4 years was used to build a railway. All the expenses are labor costs. Mining iron or mining coal, smelting, laying the tracks and repairing the carriages. The locomotive was contributed by the Li family's farmstead. You didn't give me the money for the materials, labor, or technology for the locomotive. Li Yi made things clear. The commoners had received the 30 million taels, and the commoners had to spend the money they received. The quality of life of the common people improved, and the government's money once again circulated in society. Unless they threw the coupons into the water, burned them, and tore them apart for fun. Otherwise, the exchange coupons would always exist, and the old ones would be replaced with new ones. Every time the money was circulated, there would be profits. When the money was collected, it would slowly become the government's revenue. Then inflation. Song Jing added. Li Yi did not even turn his head and pretended he did not hear Feng Yu. You all can continue to cause trouble. I gave you all the books, and you all really don't want to read them? Li Longji clasped his hands behind his back and waited for the auspicious time. There were red flowers and ribbons on the locomotive. In addition, the people from the Imperial Astronomer wanted to link this matter to the astronomical phenomenon, so that people who heard it would feel that it was true. As long as productivity increases, there will be no devaluation of the currency. For example, the railway can save a lot of time, and some fresh goods will be sent to Chang and along the way. The food and fodder consumed during the journey, and more work will be taken into account. Overall, if the development is good, the currency can still appreciate. Li Longji was reading the book, and he did not pretend he did not understand. Xiaoyi, how much tax do you think should be collected? Bai Gu wanted to recoup his losses after spending the 30 million taels. We have invested 30 million taels in the railway. How can we pay taxes? If we pay taxes, when will we be able to recoup our losses? Li Yi asked from the perspective of the investment. How will the railway's profits be calculated? Bai Gu changed his perspective. the railway's maintenance costs will be deducted. The railway is a new department, and only profits will be given to the Ministry of Revenue. After this railway is repaired, we will raise funds to build the next railway. Didn't we agree on this previously? It's good that we did not borrow money to build the railway. Otherwise, we will have to pay interest. Li Yi's words made Bai Gu's blood pressure rise. Then he laughed. There will be taxes. The tax will be deducted from the freight. Other than visiting relatives or students, the commoners will be bringing goods to Chang'an. For example, they will bring a basket of eggs to other places. In winter, there are many greenhouses in Hunan province, and fresh cucumbers will be sent to Chang'an. As long as the profits after deducting the fare is higher than the local profits, the commoners will be willing. There is also the time cost to be deducted. We will let the commoners have profits, and the fare will also have profits. The gross profits will be taxed at 30%. Li Yi stopped joking. It was true that taxes should be paid. Bai Gu did not care about the passengers' taxes. He stroked his beard. The bulk of the profits are from the merchants' goods. It's good in winter, but the Yellow River cannot be traveled in winter. Bai Gu's blood pressure dropped. He was anticipating the arrival of the Yellow River's dry season. Merchants could only take the railway. They would suffer losses if they traveled by land. It would take 20 days to transport a cart of goods by land. The cost was 50%. The precondition was that it did not snow. It might snow for a few days. If the goods were placed on the train, the freight would be 50%. It would take 1 day to reach the destination, or 2 days to wait at the station. Merchants would definitely choose to transport goods by train. In summer, the travel time of the ship and the cost of hiring a tracker was still better. Bai Gu cared about winter. In summer, there was water transport. If the water was not used, he would feel that it was a waste. If the trackers did not pull the fibers, they would have to find other jobs. What about the boatmen on the cargo and passenger ships? As they spoke, the steam engine started to be tested. It burned first, and the washed coal still emitted thick smoke. The tender behind the engine was hooked up with the Jean's coupler. Without Li Yi, this coupler would not have appeared in such a short time. His steam engine train bypassed all the detours. Just like him, it should not have existed in the Tang dynasty. Don't push. If you have time in the future, feel free to look. Be careful when you step on it. Why are you rushing to the front? Come back. The 16 guards who were in charge of the safety of the people stopped and dragged them. They had been told in advance that the 16 guards in that area would be punished if someone fell to the ground and was trampled to death. The auspicious time has arrived. The people from the imperial astronomer looked at their watches and shouted at the most appropriate time. Then they began to talk about what happened to the stars last night. They related the current situation to the emperor and mentioned Li Dongzhu. After the people from the imperial astronomer finished talking, Li Longji and the others dressed in court attire cut the ribbon. Li Yi temporarily became a grade 1 official for a day. Today he was not called the imperial emissary. Today he had a new name. He was called the Overseas Transportation Supervisor of the Tang dynasty. Anyway, it was only for a day. Chapter 1789. Boom, boom, woo, 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 woo. Boom, 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 boom. The firecrackers went off, followed by the sound of the steam whistle. The train started to move, from slow to fast. Oh, the people watching were surprised. The train was too big. How could it run so fast? Not long after, the train disappeared from sight. It went to Lantian County, where there was a transit station. Li Longji and the rest were very nervous. They were afraid that they would not be able to return and that the train would break down halfway. When the railway makes more money, we will change the single track into 2 tracks. The location has already been reserved. The cost will be much lower than the first railway. Li Yi was not worried about the train breaking down. The quality of the train was good. He was waiting for a period of time. When the train was profitable, he would use the profits to pave another track. The construction of the tracks was troublesome. It was not cheaper than the other tracks. It would not even cost 10 million. During the transportation, the train would help. As long as the tracks were lifted to the side of the road, they would be lifted onto the train and sent to wherever they wanted. There were also cement sleepers, other tools, and food. When the train did not come, they would repair it. When the train arrived, the construction workers would avoid it. At that time, there would be no need to change the switches. Sue-yi imagined the two tracks running side by side, one going and the other back. There will be fast and slow trains. The slow train will have to give way to the fast train. The advantage of two tracks is that the amount of transportation will not be doubled. There is a data model. Li-yi did not despise Sue-yi at this moment. Others did not know the situation of the railway. There was a separate algorithm. The algorithm was also gradually updated, and the efficiency was getting higher. Gang Ro, when will the train return? Zhang Juling did not stir up trouble. He only asked what he wanted to know. At most an hour. If we drive normally, it will take half a day to reach Lantian County. If we go to the relay station and sprint for 10 miles, we can guarantee that we will reach the destination in an hour. The return will also take an hour. The train will take less than half an hour to reach Lantian County. From there, we will turn the steering wheel 180 degrees, restart, and return. In the end, Li-yi said to turn around on the spot. The locomotive drove onto a circular disc. The disc turned 180 degrees, and the train turned over. The other method was to walk in a big circle, where the locomotive would walk in a circle. Drawing a big circle would take up too much space, and every inch of land near the train was worth gold. Gang Ro, the locomotive has an inverted locomotive. If you want to change directions, the locomotive at the back will start, right? Zhang Juling was inspired when he saw another locomotive. Juling is indeed amazing. Yes, when you need to climb a slope, you will build a V-shaped track. When the time comes, there will be two vehicles. One will bring you up, and the other will pull you down a new path. Li nodded and gave him a thumbs up. You're too smart. At the same time, he took out a piece of fruit candy, peeled off the glutinous rice paper, and drew a diagram of a chevron railway on the concrete floor of the platform. Xiao-yi is indeed thoughtful. She already has a plan before she even meets him, Li Dan praised. I'm standing on the shoulders of a great person. Li-yi pinched the remaining candy and put it in his mouth. He spat twice to spit out the dust and sand, and then put it in his mouth. He put the glutinous rice paper in front of Princess Youngmu. Princess Youngmu opened her mouth and ate it. Why are you still holding candy? The little fellow saw her sister eat the glutinous rice paper and Li-yi eat the candy. She looked up and asked. Li-yi took out another one and stuffed it into the little fellow's mouth. You're afraid of meeting children, right? Yes. The little fellow smiled and squinted her eyes. Princess Youngmu reached out to Li-yi's pocket and took out a handful of fruit candy. She gave it to her brother and sisters. Everyone came. The scar left by the injury on Li Tsong's face could not be seen now. His face was paler, and he had a special temperament, completely different from his previous face. He found the meaning of his existence. He learned from his uncle Li Qingqi. It was just a crown prince. He did not want it. His uncle was not the emperor. He was in charge of the Tang dynasty's Chao Tianxia Fund. He was busy all day. When he gave an order, countless people benefited from it. The locomotive rumbled as it ran, blowing the whistle from time to time. The people along the way kept a distance. The newspaper said, "Don't get close or people will die." If we put this big guy on the battlefield to charge, how much blood will the enemy's military formation leave? There were military enthusiasts among the people. When they saw the locomotive, they thought of war. Shouldn't the enemy's military formation be blown up by the sky monkey? The sky monkey will blow up the enemy's military formation, and our military formation will go over. Birds of a feather flock together. It was also a situation of war. It's too heavy. We can't do it without iron rails. The sky monkey of the Turks' cavalry is mainly used to scare the horses. It's different from the infantry. The infantry's military formation has shields and crossbows at the back to block the attack. Without the military formation, the enemy's charge is suicide. When the cavalry explodes, the horses will run away. Our cavalry will go over and kill them. A friend explained his point of view. What he said was actually known to both the enemy and their side. At this speed, from the seaside to the Chang, and there should be a lot of living animals. We don't need boats to put water tanks on them to raise them. It's like a house. Just feed them coal and water. They don't eat grass. The smoke is beautiful. There's black and white smoke. The white smoke is not smoke. It's steam. It's the steam from the steamer. The steam from the kettle is the same. Everyone said a few words, and the locomotive disappeared from their sight. The locomotive ran all the way to Lantian County. When it entered the turning circle, the horses were ready. The locomotive was in place. The steering wheel that was like a flat windmill was pulled by the horses. It was surrounded by a circular railway track with bearings on it. Accompanied by the sound of huff, 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 the horses stopped. In less than a minute, the locomotive was adjusted. Ho, ho, it rumbled and ran again. There were a few more people on it, proving that they had arrived at Lantian County. Many people in Lantian County watched the whole process of the train turning around. They were all excited. There was a station in Lantian County. In the future, if they went to Chang and went up, they would arrive in a short time. If they wanted to go to Luoyang, they would arrive on the same day. The locomotive gradually accelerated as it ran back. As expected, they soon saw the Li family Zhuangzi again. The engine vented, reduced pressure, and slowly braked. The locomotive came back. Everyone looked at the clock. It took 52 minutes to go and come back. It can be faster in the future. Now it's the run-in period. We can't speed up anymore. Actually, it's already too fast. We should slow it down a little. The other one will be slower. Li Yi did not want to break any records. The run-in period was too fast, and there was a lot of wear and tear. The second locomotive was ready. There were 4 empty carriages for freight. When they arrived at Lantian County, there were 4 carriages with goods. They would change and bring the goods back. These were the things that the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to use. Originally, they used boats and carriages to transport them. When the train ran for a trial run, they did not need to pay. Shaoui, when are we going up? I've never taken a train since I was young. Li Dan looked at the passenger carriage that was parked. He wanted to feel the special glass windows. Tomorrow and today we have to run more. There's no air conditioning in the train. There are iron railings and toilets. Anyway, we can't use them when we're parked. When Li Yi talked about the toilets, he felt that he had taken fewer detours. At first, the toilets did not have flushes. Later on, they had flushes, and he directly installed them. Chapter 1790. Li Longji and the others did not know what kind of steam engine they were looking at. It was the most advanced type of steam engine. If they wanted to update it, it would be an internal combustion engine. Anyway, to them, as long as it was a steam engine, it was the best. The officials knew that Zhao Changnu was not beaten unjustly. Look at Li Yi's contribution to the Tang dynasty. Is it okay to speak ill of him behind his back? Zhao Changnu was at the back of the group. He was in a good mood. The 4 big boils were treated. The imperial physician came to check and said that there would not be too big of a scar. Otherwise, he would need to apply medicine to remove the poison. Once the medicine was applied, the boils would become bigger, soft, and then burst open. Many times, if the medicine was not applied properly, people would die or get infected. The imperial physician hinted to Zhao Changnu that he should give a gift to the person who beat him. He really helped him beat him. Zhao Changnu, who was beaten, did not resent Li Yi at all. Li Yi helped to intercede. Otherwise, not to mention 20 beatings, his bones would be broken and he would be paralyzed in bed for 5 days. There were also those who did not break bones. After being beaten, they felt that there was no big problem. Not long after returning home, They began to pee blood. Zhao Lifei, who had turned into Jiu, stayed by her brother's side. She did not go to Li Longji. Brother, after you recover, go to Lantian County to find Zhongsun Xian and learn more. Later, you have to go to Biao County. The provincial governor is gone. Dr. Li has done his best. Zhao Lifei personally changed the medicine for her brother. The weather was hot, and pus and blood had to be squeezed out. After applying medicine, she covered it with gauze. She learned some things in the past. Li Yi said that Zhongsun Xian was going to die. The empress begged His Majesty to move Zhongsun Xian to Lantian County. Li Yi had helped Zhongsun Xian defy the heavens and change her fate. I know, being a provincial governor is death. Others told me, ouch. I wanted to find Li Yi to take a look at the boils on my butt. Now I don't need to. If he took a look, wouldn't it be better now? The moment I bit through that beating, I could even feel the boils spurting out. Zhao Chongnu had lived for so long, so he was obviously not an idiot. He had a thought in his mind. Would it be more satisfying to ask Li Yi to look at his boils than to be beaten? Li family Zhuangzi and Zhang family village have this kind of treatment. Li Dongzhu directly cut it open and put a drainage strip. It will be fine in a few days. Zhao Lifei didn't care about her brother's pain. What was this bit of pain? It was just a sneeze, not a real beating. When I arrived at Bayan County, I was wondering if I could build the railway there. That day I thought I was dead for sure. Zhao Chongnu, who had experienced death, had changed greatly. At that time, he had been dragged down and beaten. How could he have known that someone would plead for him? He was so scared that he wet his pants. Recover first. Tonight, I'll take you to the Li family Zhuangzi and beg Li Yi to take a look at you. Can you hurry up? The weather is hot. What a pain. Zhao Lifei had her own plans. Her brother had indeed offended Li Yi. With her brother's relationship and status, Li Yi guaranteed that he would not care. If she went to Li Yi as a patient, Li Yi would not lower herself to her brother's level. Brother Yi, can the other counties in the capital be connected to the railway network? Li Longji asked Zhao Chongnu what he was thinking. Not now. If we have the money, we have to use it in other places first. The capital's water network and land roads are well repaired. If we use it in Lantian County, the other counties will use the railway. It will be icing on the cake. We have to provide help in times of need. The next railway line will be connected to Jiangnan West Road. Actually, I want to connect it to Shuland, but that is too difficult. Li Yi did not dare to build the railway in Sichuan, including Chongqing. Chongqing was now called Yuzhou and belonged to Shannan West Road. Southwest, west, and northwest. Li Yi felt that they should slow down and choose a good place to build first. The best place to build was along the Jinghang Grand Canal. The other location was connected to Hubei, and this also needed to be built. Because of the maritime trade, they had the money to build the railway from Guangzhou to Yangtze River. When they had earned the money, they would build the railway in other states. Brother Yi, this year's revenue will be more. You estimate that it will be more than 50 million. Is it still not enough? Li Longji was anxious. He wanted to become a fatty in one bite. Third brother, 50 million is nothing. It's only 50 billion. It can't be calculated based on grain. If we buy grain, the price of grain will be high. 10 years later, I will add a zero to the back. 500 million may seem a lot, but in my eyes it is still not enough. Li Yi knew how much money was needed to build a country. Was 500 billion a lot? In 10 years, with overseas expansion and new crops, 500 billion would not be a problem. Let's see who we're competing with. If we're competing with other countries, we'll crush them. Compared to Li Yi's previous country, it was too little. Technology could not keep up, and there would be development bottlenecks. In the next 10 years, he had to nurture a lot of talents. Why was the education in his previous country compulsory for 9 years? Because it took 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to nurture people. 10 years was the limit. 5 years was the plan, and one could look back after 100 years. These 9 years of compulsory education were actually enough. The people would have all the basic knowledge they needed to live. This included how to repair lights, water pipes, pressure, water conservancy, chemical reactions after 9 years of compulsory education. If you have the tools and time, if you can't even figure out how to use the water, electricity, and gas pipes in your house, it means that you have returned what you learned to your teacher. Thank you. The education that Li Yi was thinking of now was not starting from the child. There were so many students in the Tang dynasty. There was no need to teach literature, right? There was no need to write down the main idea of a paragraph, right? Simple arithmetic and logical thinking skills did not need to be taught, right? There was no need to learn foreign languages or politics. Geometry, algebra, physics, chemistry, and junior high school knowledge were taught directly. With the generous rewards, there would be brave people who would succeed in a few years. Third brother, after autumn, I will take out the textbooks again. Those who learn the previous books can learn the new textbooks. If the imperial court does not have enough money, the Li family Zhuangzi will sponsor and reward them. They can learn a lot of knowledge within a year, such as how to hold a knife to the throat. Li wanted to study. In his era, many children did not like to study. In the Tang dynasty, as long as there was an opportunity to study, everyone cherished it. Before the Tang dynasty, some students were also hardworking. For example, Zhu Chongji and other people who calculated the calendar. What good conditions did they have? They could calculate total solar eclipses, partial solar eclipses, total lunar eclipses, etc. Li Yi knew that even he could not calculate it. No, he really could not. Many people in his era also could not calculate it. Therefore, the ancient people lacked an opportunity to protect their family life and do whatever they wanted to do. What 98521? A top graduate from the mathematics department who plays with prime numbers. Stop him. Come, calculate the time of the next total lunar eclipse for me. Don't go online, don't read books. Calculate it for me now. Can anyone calculate it? Yes. There were some people who were unreasonably strong. Most people would be dumbfounded. What the hell? Why do I have to calculate this? Why should I? I am a top student. Is there any meaning in your questions? It's too unrealistic. You don't understand the modern world at all. The more incompetent people were, the more they would say such things. But when the awesome people saw the question, they would calculate it for you and tell you, there is a formula now. Just remember it. It's quite simple. Li Yi felt that he should give the awesome people in the Tang dynasty a chance. He did not know how to do it, but he admired those who knew how to do it. Chapter 1791. Crackle, crackle. Woo, woo. The second train set off. Every time a new train came out, it would set off firecrackers. For empty carriages were attached to the front of the train. Li Longji and his group were not in a hurry to go back. They wanted to see the train pull the fully loaded carriages back. This was the final station. There was a place to unload the goods. It could not continue to the west. That place belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi's commercial street. We need to continue building the tracks. We need to continue burning the cement and steel for the bridge. When the Yellow River runs dry, let's go to Hunan and repair the bridge. We need to reduce the amount of cement used. Look at the situation of each village and build a square for each village. Li Yi could not stay idle. He had been thinking about the various problems of the Tang dynasty. He would start with the capital government. Choose a high place and draw out the small drainage ditch. It will be convenient for the people to dry the grains. Yao Chong guessed the purpose of the small square. He did not understand the specific operations of farming in the past. After some tutoring, his knowledge increased. Also, the Li family Zhuangzi's square is good. Use terrazzo stones and put together the pattern. The Li family Zhuangzi should not keep it to themselves. They should provide similar products to other customers. It is cheaper than limestone. When the whole thing is built, there will be no traces of it being pieced together. It is a luxury item. Bai Gu asked Li Yi to sell the terrazzo stones on the topic of building a cement grain-drying field. Terrazzo stones have a lifespan. Limestone can be stored for thousands of years. Li Yi mentioned the drawbacks of terrazzo stones. How can something made of cement not be damaged? I will help you advertise. You have to be open-minded when it comes to lifespan. Bai Gu insisted. He quickly sold it as a luxury item. 20% tax. Li looked at Bai Gu. 80%. Bai Gu shook his head. How can there be such a big profit? Li Yi also shook his head. You can have it. Oh, Bai, are you crazy? Xiao Yi knows me best. 80%, 80%, it's not easy. If Li Yi agreed to 80%, then 80% would be the same. 80% would still be a profit, but it would be less. The people around them talked about their own topics and did not participate. They were already used to it. Bai Gu's eyes lit up when he saw Li Yi. Everyone, please help me sell the terrazzo stones. Don't take advantage of the Li family Zhuangzi for free. Bai Gu made a request to the others, but it sounded awkward. It was normal to take advantage of the Li family Zhuangzi to help with the marketing, but who would benefit more after the marketing? We took advantage of the Li family Zhuangzi, but we didn't eat Bai Gu's rice. Zhao Lifei looked at her brother. Seeing that there was nothing else, she turned around and walked to Princess Yongmu's side. Yuan, the weather is hot. Can my brother's boils heal faster? Zhao Lifei did not dare to put on the airs of an elder and discussed with Princess Yongmu in a low voice. She used to be Lifei, and Princess Yongmu's mother was Jiu. Her family background was far inferior to Lu Jiu's. She only gave birth to a son, and Lu Jiu gave birth to Princess Yongmu. Now that the son was worthless and the princess had a high status, the mother could be respected because of the son and also because of the son-in-law. Look at Li Yi. As long as he was free, he would personally cook for Lu Jiu. He had lost all face as a man. Not to mention how important Li Yi was in the Tang dynasty. Any ordinary person would be satisfied with such behavior. Auntie, I'll talk to Li Lang. Princess Yongmu did not make things difficult for Zhao Lifei. She agreed and went to Li Yi's side. Without waiting for Princess Yongmu to speak, Li Yi said directly, I'll go and take a look. Cold or hot compress. Sterilization is the most important thing for open wounds. After that, Li Yi went around from the back and went to Zhao Chongnu's side. Zhao Chongnu was lying on his stomach. He was not afraid of others seeing his buttocks. Li Yi stretched out his hand. Qing Song beside him opened the box to take something. Tao Hong took out the alcohol-based hand sanitizer that Li Yi made himself from the box. Li Yi washed his hands and put on gloves. Gu Yan removed the gauze and wiped it with the hand sanitizer. Good technique. When Li Yi saw the wound, he gave the executioner a big thumbs up. Really? They all said so. Zhao Chongnu, who was lying on his stomach, was very embarrassed. If he did not want to get better soon, he would not have the face to see Li Yi. That day, Qing Dai asked for cold compress. Okay, now change to hot compress. Adjust your diet. Drink mung bean porridge. Eat eggs, exercise a little. Live in Zhuangzi and scab will form in 2 days. Li Yi observed for a while. The skin around the boils that was swollen due to the internal pressure had loosened, and there were wrinkles. The swelling of the place where the boils were beaten was very small. After the execution, he immediately checked the effect of cold compress. It was normal body fluid and blood. There was no pus, so he could apply hot compress. Why are there so many boils? And it's symmetrical? Is it because of endocrine disorder? What did you eat when you were in Huazhou? Grasshoppers? Li Yi started to study the cause. It was similar to the boils on his face. There was one on one side and another on the other side. If it was caused by endocrine disorder, why would it be symmetrical? Modern medicine and traditional Chinese medicine could explain it. Li Yi thought of a possibility. Milk and beans were both considered to be heteroprotein, but Zhao Chongnu should not have this problem normally. Grasshoppers were more valuable in Huazhou. The people hoped that the locust god would send more locusts to feed their livestock and pigs. Miracle Doctor Li Dongzhu. You're a miracle doctor. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Zhao Changnu turned his head to look at Li Yi. His eyes were filled with fear. He was afraid. He only remembered from Li Yi that he loved to eat grasshoppers. They were fried, and he used to eat them every day as a side dish. Just by looking at the boils on his, but he knew what he was eating. Was he a god? Eating is one thing, but you don't move much. You like to sit in the rocking chair. When you go to Huazhou, you'll be able to exercise your body. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Just lie down and hold on for 2 days. If you sit down now, the blood and body fluids will increase, and the recovery will be slow. Li Yi changed the bandage and rewrapped the wound. He removed the gloves and left. Li Dongzhu, how did you know I like to sit in the rocking chair? Zhao Changnu tried to crawl up to kneel before Li Yi. It's just a prediction. If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. Li Yi left with his hands behind his back. Pine Tree, Peach Blossom, and the others all had goosebumps all over their bodies. They were all so frightened. When they returned, they whispered to Princess Yongmu about how amazing Dongzhu was. Li Lang, how did you know? Can I learn it? The one who can predict. Princess Yongmu held Li Yi's arm. My face is uncomfortable. Some people have tight skin and are asking for a beating. My face is asking for a kiss. Li looked away. Princess Yongmu widened her eyes and looked around. Smack, she kissed Li Yi. Usually in this case, symmetry is important. It's similar to the boils on Zhao Changnu's, but... Li Yi added, Brother Yi, my slap can achieve the same effect as a kiss. Don't you think so? Li Longji could not stand it any longer and raised his hand. There are marks on Zhao Changnu's legs, and but from sitting in the rocking chair. Also, there are calluses on his hands and elbows. Moreover, there are marks on his neck where the rocking chair cushioned his neck. Li Yi suddenly felt that asymmetrical beauty was true beauty, so he quickly said it. Chapter 1792. Brother Yi's observation is indeed detailed. Li Longji put down his hand. According to medicine, look, listen, question, and feel the pulse. According to painting, the details are the beauty. Zhao Changnu is not allergic to foreign proteins. Otherwise, I would have checked the allergen. Li Yi explained briefly. It was not a big deal. Why doesn't the imperial physician know? Li Longji had something to say. If it was you, the imperial physician would ask in detail. What is Zhao Changnu? He deserves to be beaten. The boils have already been beaten out. The imperial physician will not meddle. Li Yi analyzed from a human perspective. After the imperial physician checked and found that there was no problem, he would ignore it. Li Lang, I want to eat minced meat noodles for lunch. I want cold noodles. Princess Yongmu's face was slightly red. She was too demanding. He could not kiss her for nothing. You don't have any symptoms of heat stroke. It is better to eat hot noodles. It is hot, standing outside. The cold air is pressing in. As soon as Li Yi heard this, he thought about his health first. I want to eat it, but it is too hot. I can't eat it hot. Princess Yongmu did not agree. She must eat it. Okay, let me see how to prepare the minced meat. No problem, I have an idea. Li Yi agreed. Not only would it taste good, but it would also be healthy. The minced meat was mainly fatty meat. The fatty meat was eaten cold. White cut meat was dipped in garlic sauce. Garlic sauce could not be added to the minced meat noodles, but vinegar could. I want to eat it too. Anyway, you have to make it once. Baigu was eavesdropping. Let's all eat. I will go make minced meat later. Pregnant women can eat it too. Don't worry. Li Yi looked at Lu Jiu, his mother-in-law. He meant that she could do it too. Lu Jiu indeed enjoyed it. In fact, she was often afraid. She had never seen a capable son-in-law treat his mother-in-law like this. Usually, capable son-in-law would call him son-in-law and let him eat good things. Li Yi looked at it from a human perspective. In the future, everyone would be a family. What status did he have? Status was not for show. The people did not know about the commotion on the platform. They continued to watch and heard that the train behind was bringing things back. They knew that the locomotive was heavy and fast. If they stood in front, they would definitely be killed. How many things could the locomotive carry? It was useless for him to run fast, he needed strength. The weather was hot, and the commoners distanced themselves from each other. There were a few people who came from outside last month who were grabbed by the wrists and taken away. They wanted to steal things. They were outsiders and didn't know the situation in the capital office. The former thieves from the capital's government were now in charge of anti-theft. They would go wherever there were a lot of people. If they could produce solid evidence, they would be rewarded. Usually they had other jobs. There were few thieves, so they could not count on this life. It was like a commoner with a child. As they walked, the adults would think that the child was following them. If the child was distracted, he would not be able to find his family. At this time, the people in the underground of Tang and would take the children to the parents. They used to kidnap children. Depending on the situation of the parents, they would kidnap the children if there was a slight chance. Now, they could use their abilities in reverse. When they saw a child, they knew that it was an adult. Once the child broke free, he immediately went forward to help. He said to the child, "I know where your parents are. Come with me. I'll find them immediately. Don't cry. I'm not a bad person. I'm Li Dongzhu's man. Come and have a candy." The commoners of the capital office were protected like this. All the underground forces became official, and at the same time they received more money than before. Wherever there was a problem, they would go to the underground forces of that area. There was no need to explain. If someone was stolen or a child was lost in your area, you had to find them. At this moment, people from other areas came to help, and the local area did not have enough manpower. After they came, they would receive money first. There were people from the Li family Zhuangzi who would give out coupons and do things with the money. In addition, the people of the 16 guards were organizing. Not long after, the commoners went from being crowded to being relaxed. They even felt that it was quite normal. Li Yi requested that the capital office must have underground forces. Once there was a gap in the underground forces, it was guaranteed that outsiders would fill in. It would be difficult to control. The locomotive with 4 empty carriages rumbled as it arrived at Lantian County. After it stopped, it took off the hook. The locomotive went to the place where it turned, and the other carriages were loaded with goods. The commoners knew how many things were loaded in a carriage. It was tens of thousands of pounds. How could this thing be moved? For at a time, as they waited, the train finished turning around. It came over and reversed. With a click, a carriage was connected. It continued to reverse, pushing the carriage forward. The second carriage clicked and connected. This was the function of the Zhan family's coupler. No matter how it was operated, it guaranteed that the 2 carriages would not collide unless the inertia was too great and the speed was too fast. The Zhan family's coupler could be pushed, connected, and connected. Its structure was perfect. The 4 carriages clanged as they all collided. No, they were connected. The locomotive began to change gears and move forward. It rumbled as it gradually increased its speed. The commoners in Lantian County opened their eyes wide. It really left. Tens of thousands of pounds of goods, and it ran away. If it was a carriage, how many trips would it take to pull it? What if it was people picking? A few hundred people could pick a carriage's worth of goods. It would be good if they could leave in the morning and arrive at night. For carriages, tens of thousands of pounds. The railway is amazing. Li Dongzhu is amazing. Go back and burn a stick of incense. It used to be 2 sticks. I've decided not to save anymore. You're saving 2 sticks of incense? I thought you knew the rules. Only the dead can burn 3 sticks of incense. 1 sticks to mark the dawn of the night. 2 sticks to mark the birthday, and 3 sticks to worship the gods. Who wants to burn 3 sticks of incense for Li Dongzhu? Is he tired of living? I'll fulfill his wish. Mosquito coils, no, 3 rooms. 3 rooms for plates of mosquito coils. You're not allowed to burn 3 for Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu's memorial tablets. What's the point of adding 1 more? Extinguish it, we'll burn it tomorrow night. Now we don't need to burn a stick of incense. The night watchers use the clock and come out when it's time. 1 pillar of incense is fine. There's only 1 room for sleeping. After lighting it, bring it back to the room. Her Majesty and Dongzhu won't say anything. As the commoners in Lantian County talked, they went sideways again. The locomotive dragged the 4 carriages and rumbled. Its speed was not affected. Before the carriage came back, Li was frying minced meat at the side. The minced meat for hot noodles, whether it was braised or not, did not have high requirements. After eating 2 noodles, Li first stir-fried the fatty meat. After stir-frying out the oil, he took out the oil residue and stir-fried until there was nothing left. At this time, he added in the pork belly and the oil residue to stir-fry. After stir-frying, he added in the diced carrots, cucumbers, small tofu cubes, fungus, mushrooms, spinach, and other things. Then he watered the starch and added some braising. Next, he let it dry. After it cooled down, he poured it over the noodles and ate cold noodles. There was a big pot. Some people couldn't eat spicy food, so they didn't add chili. When eating, there was chili oil, aged vinegar, soy sauce, chopped green onions, and coriander foam. Everyone came to take a look from time to time, not to learn the secret recipe, but to smell the smell. Okay, let it dry. If you can eat garlic, remember to eat garlic. I don't need to make the noodles at noon, right? The canteen has both wide noodles and thin noodles. Li wiped the sweat on his forehead. He felt a sense of accomplishment. This big pot was enough for 500 people. He definitely didn't know how to roll the noodles. There was a machine in the kitchen. Chapter 1793. Everyone was drinking sour plum soup while waiting. The weather was too hot. The thermometer showed that the surface temperature was more than 39 degrees Celsius in the morning. The body temperature was higher. Li family Zhuangzi's organizational skills were reflected. All the people had mung bean water. It was really just water. There were not many mung beans, and there was a little salt in it. The people only needed to drink a bamboo tube. It was mainly used to replenish electrolytes and water. Mung beans were medicine. It increased the peristalsis and absorption of the stomach. It also relieved the burden of the gallbladder and diuresis. The reason why licorice was not used was that some people had gastrointestinal problems and would feel uncomfortable after eating it. Li family Zhuangzi did not choose the best things for the people. He chose the things with the least side effects. It was just like Li Yi's clinical practice. When other people finished the surgery, the doctor told them to wait. When they were waiting, they would fart and drink porridge. No one said to drink milk. The doctor did not dare to. No matter what kind of milk it was, some people would be allergic. After the surgery, if they were allergic and hospitalized again because of your doctor's advice, it would be a medical accident. Porridge was different. Don't they usually eat? Are they allergic to food? How could the people know so much? Anyway, it was fine as long as there was something to drink. Li Dongzhu gave it to them. The businessmen gathered together. They were different from what they thought. They began to think about what resources were available on the road from Haizhou to Chang, and the price of each item, the local supply and demand. Finally, they considered the transportation cost. They listed some data first, and then included the transportation cost. Whether it was cost-effective or not would be known. These people were from big companies. Ordinary businessmen did not know about it at all. Shipping will be affected? The people who raise the boats will have a hard time? A businessman skipped a lot of superficial things and looked at the essence. There is a balance. If it goes against the flow, it will be better than the train. What about going with the flow? It depends on the comprehensive cost. In winter, the Yellow River stops flowing. The railway goes to Haizhou, and the Grand Canal can be connected to the railway. Ships can retreat from the Yellow River and enter the Grand Canal. There is also a demand for transportation. What about the season when the Yellow River is full? It depends on the price of the railway. It is better to look at the price of the capital than the railway. What is there to look at? The price of the capital does not rise or fall. Even the vegetables in the greenhouse in winter will not suddenly rise without restrictions. Yes. Therefore, if the Li family's farmstead stabilizes the price of goods in the capital, it will be able to stabilize the price of shipping and railway transportation. Oh, indeed, Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. It's still early. This is just a trial run for the train. When it can operate normally, there will be a price list. Li Dongzhu has a new official today, right? When he went out to sea, he was the Tang dynasty's overseas pacification envoy and general of heavenly strategies. He resigned when he came back. Last time at Hanyuan Hall, he was the imperial appeasing emissary rank 1. That night he resigned. Now he's the overseas transportation supervisor of the Tang dynasty, and he's still at primary rank 1. I guess he'll be gone tonight. He just wants to stand in front of His Majesty in the name of the government. It's a big occasion. When it's over, and he returns to the Li family Zhuangzi, who can be closer than him? I'm King convinced. How can an official be like this? If you can make a train, you can do it too. Let's not talk about asking you to design it. If I give you a locomotive, why don't you dismantle it and see if you can put it back? I can't even dismantle it, so where should I start? As the merchant spoke, he went off topic as well. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The train came back with 4 wagons. The wagons were filled with crushed ores that were used as industrial additives. They were valuable. For example, paper making, special steel smelting, special glass making, drug addition, oil refining, material synthesis. The powder was packed in bags and put into the wagons. There were special unloading trucks from the wagons to the unloading area. The tracks were densely packed, and there were many forks to facilitate loading and unloading. There were no gantry cranes, but there were large hand gourds. People used their feet to pedal, like pedaling bicycles. How difficult would it be to pull by hand? The speed was also slow, so he directly changed tools. Li Yi used this basic tool to the extreme. He knew there were better things, such as hydraulic pressure. The good things he exchanged were convenient for his own use. It was impossible for him to exchange for the entire Tang dynasty. Therefore, a small crane appeared. The power was manpower. Several people pushed the wheels hard together. Through the pulley block, several tons of things were lifted up. The crane was fixed and could not be moved, but it could be rotated. The purpose of the rotation was to lift things up and put them on other wagons. It was the first time it was used. I found that as long as there are enough people and even a steam engine to be responsible for the power, gantry cranes are not a problem. Li muttered. Gantry cranes also ran on rails, and then there were beams and pulleys. Even if the power system required manpower and animal power, it would be easier to lift it up, not to mention the steam engine could be used. After muttering, Li Yi shook his head again. There's no need. What in the Tang dynasty needs gantry cranes? The small crane and manpower are enough. Brother Yi, what's gantry? Li Longji was more interested in the word dragon. It's the crane in front. It's another kind that can lift the entire locomotive in one go. It's very easy. Li Yi explained. This dragon was not the same dragon. No need. Li Longji understood. The locomotive was assembled. Why would it be lifted into the air? If it was broken and needed to be repaired, it could be pulled by horses to another track, and it could be repaired on the track. Brother E, the railway is so long, and it requires several wagons to use one track. There are extra tracks on the side to avoid. If communication is not timely, won't we hit each other? Li Longji knew that they could delay the communication. But if the locomotive broke down on the way, it would be too late to tell the people in front. There were 2 locomotives. I've made a new thing. It's a short distance telegram. It's a bit difficult to make a long-distance telegram. I need time. There's also a telephone. Use a telephone line to connect to Xingqing Palace, Huangqing, and Li family Zhuangzi. When we return to Zhuangzi, I'll show it to you. If it wasn't for the railway, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Li Yi threw out two things at once, a short-distance wireless telegraph system and a wired telephone system. Zhuangzi had enough technology. Next, he would study a long-distance telegraph. He had the technology, but it depended on the industrial foundation. Is this a luxury item? Bai Gu did not say anything. Song Jing, helped Bai Gu, ask, "This is not for sale. It's related to the safety of the Tang dynasty." Li looked at Bai Gu. "It's not me. I didn't say that I want to collect taxes. Why are you looking at me?" "Oh, the Ministry of Revenue will allocate funds, right? Dial." Bai Gu felt wronged. He felt like he was being kidnapped. He suddenly realized that this matter was not related to the Li family Zhuangzi. It should be handled by the imperial court. "Oh, Bai, even if you pay, I have to control it. Let's make it clear first. This includes the code. You can do it yourself, but no one else can. When you think about it, once you do it, you will be strictly watched after you retire. There will be a period when you are free from secrecy. During this period," Li Yi explained the situation clearly. Whoever participated in it would have to bear the corresponding responsibilities and obligations. If he didn't use it himself, why would he be free from secrecy? Others were free from secrecy because they were afraid that others would harm the interests of the Tang dynasty. If he dared to harm the interests of the Tang dynasty, his lifespan, even if there was no lifespan requirement, he did not feel that he wanted to harm the Tang dynasty. This was his own people. Chapter 1794. Li Longji and the rest had used wireless communication equipment before. The equipment on the yacht could even provide signal amplification and enhancement services. Tao Hong and the rest had walkie-talkies and were very advanced. If one was placed in the east of the city, it would be easy to communicate with the west. Although it was useful, it couldn't be popularized. Battlefield. A few people said at the same time, "Yes." Li Yi looked at them, indicating that they were very smart. When the scouts discover the enemy, they don't need to expose themselves. They can secretly send out the information, and the other side can prepare in advance. Once the enemy's baggage is discovered, they can bypass the enemy's main force and attack, gather the superior forces, and mobilize them in a large area. They can annihilate the enemy's small forces. The small forces can't escape. Once the enemy attacks the city, the scouts will hide and report. When the enemy arrives, not a single person will be seen. After the battle, the Turks will attack the Abbasid Caliphate. They will attack whoever they catch. I think the carrier pigeons are quite fat. The group of officials were excited. Carrier pigeons seemed to be useless for long-distance communication. They were ready to eat them. Pigeons are so cute. They can't be eaten. The little lass didn't pay attention to other words. However, when she saw that someone wanted to eat pigeons, she immediately corrected him. "Brother E, you can be a rank 1 official for now. You can also be a general of heavenly strategies." Li Longji knew what long-distance communication meant. He wanted to give more rewards. Brother E didn't want the throne. He found it tiring and not fun. Beauties. He had already married his daughter. There was no point in thinking about more. Money. Brother E should earn money himself. If he earned too much, he would throw it away. There was no reward and no title. He should be killed. However, that was obviously not possible. "No, you can resign at night. We can only make a 1-to-1 telephone line on the railway. Carrier communication will have to wait. The telephone line is made of iron wire wrapped in lacquer cloth and paper pulp insulation inside. When the rubber in Cheongzhou is ready, or Zhuangzi's petroleum refining technology improves, we can have new materials." Li Yi talked about technology. The simplest telephone line was used to avoid detours. This included batteries and batteries. This technology couldn't be spread outside. Only Zhuangzi could produce them. Okay, Brother Yi, you can make the arrangements. Li Longji didn't understand at all. There was no need to mention the others. In any case, he only needed to know that they could communicate quickly over long distances. Li Dan watched the train being unloaded and then the other carriages being loaded. He said, "Build a few more and place them in the various prefectures of the Tang dynasty. If something happens, we can contact each other by telegram. Can we set up a telephone line?" Li nodded. "The phone lines can be laid. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for it." "You pay for it. I'm only in charge of the expenses on the battlefield." Baigo reflexively refused. "Didn't we agree that I'll pay for it? Since I'm paying for it, it's my responsibility." Li Yi wanted to confirm. "Agreed on it? Who said that?" "Xiao Yi, can you tell me if there's any profit?" Baigu once again regretted his decision. "Of course, you won't be able to earn money if you go to the official shops in the prefecture. If the merchants were willing to use it, they could charge for the phone call based on what local goods were lacking or what local goods were in high quantities. In addition, officials in Chang and in other places will be rewarded with a certain amount of call time every year so that they can contact their families. It's the same for telegrams. Once everyone gets used to it, the construction costs will gradually be recouped." Li Yi didn't want to interfere with the profits of the telecommunications industry. If he gave it to the imperial court, the other departments would be responsible for corruption. "I've said before that the Ministry of Revenue will pay for it," Baigu emphasized. As he spoke, he looked at the other 4 carriages that were about to be attached to the first locomotive. He asked, "What's inside? Where are we going?" "Try to run to a place further away and add more carriages later. We can't add too many at once. We need to get used to it." Li Yi explained why 4 carriages were attached and why they had to run. "I'm asking what's inside." Baigu changed the topic. "It can be stones or water. Anything else is fine." "What exactly is it?" "The Li family Zhuangzi is transporting supplies to Luoyang. Isn't there an extra hot spring? The other part will be sent to Haizhou and wait for the train to come back." "Brother." After Li Yi explained the situation, he turned to look at Li Qingqi. "The goods are from the Tang dynasty's Chao Tianxia fund." Li Qingqi admitted. "You want to collect taxes from me? Fine. You should transport useful things. Why are you transporting stones? Fine. Not bad." Baigu didn't argue with Li Qingqi. The Tang dynasty's Chao Tianxia fund always threw money out to help the imperial court make up for the shortcomings. For example, the government schools in various places increased the salaries of the teachers, provided better food and clothes for the children, and provided more brushes, ink, and paper. The children were given extra scholarships for their studies. Children from poor families didn't need to bring cured meat for the teachers when they entered the school. Girls could earn money by going to school. When these children grew up, they could teach their own children. Which aristocratic family or local big clan could monopolize this? If they didn't agree, they could try to rebel. After this year, we'll have hot springs to soak in. We won't compete with the common people for hot water." Song Jing echoed. He actually didn't want to use the same water as the common people. There was a hot spring river in Hunan province. Once winter came, the common people would go there to take a bath. It was better than the common people in the capital. The capital could only go to the baths. For the next few days, we'll use a single train to go back and forth. Set up the telephone line. When it's used, we'll arrange another locomotive. Li Yi planned to use iron for the telephone line outside and copper for the operator's terminal. The Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of copper and sold it to the imperial court. When the sun was in the middle of the sky, the common people dispersed to find a place to eat. The Li family Zhuangzi's people brought noodles and cooking utensils to cook noodles. Everyone sat on the grandstand and ate. Zhao Changnu ate while standing. He didn't even pull up his pants. He wanted to recover faster. The minced meat braised by Li Yi wasn't salty. He wanted to let everyone eat more of the dishes inside. There was a basin on a table with the braised meat in it. Everyone added their own bowl. The cooked noodles were washed over with well water over and over again. Chi Daiju Dan had eaten braised noodles and minced meat noodles in Princess Jincheng's palace. Every time he ate it, he felt that it tasted good. Today, when he ate Li Yi's minced meat again, he smacked his lips. "No, it's better than your palace's. My palace made it according to the newspaper. The Li family Zhuangzi printed the newspaper. When I go back next year, I'll ask if I can bring the telegram with me. If there's anything I can tell my family." Princess Jincheng also approved Li Yi's minced meat, braised meat. The key was the communication. Yes, Tubo needs it. Chi Daiju Dan had seen the walkie-talkie. This thing was too powerful. It's my palace that contacts the Tang dynasty. It has nothing to do with Tubo. Princess Jincheng clearly refused. Even if she returned to Tubo, she could still refuse righteously in the face of Daluan Chili Su. You dare to steal my things? Is the Tang dynasty's knife not effective? Is the Tang dynasty's sky monkey not far away? Can the Tang dynasty's explosives not kill people? Tubo's journey to India is long. If we have this thing, we can communicate in time. Chi Daiju Dan didn't give up. He mentioned the fact that Tubo wanted to develop to India. Let me ask. Princess Jincheng couldn't make up her mind. Chapter 1795. Once there is a telephone line, Li family Zhuangzi students can be sent out to collect information and call back. I will help think of a way. Li Yi was peeling garlic. Garlic was popular in the Tang dynasty. Everything had to be eaten raw. Li Yi could eat a few cloves of garlic when eating noodles, but he usually did not eat raw garlic. The lives of the people in the capital were not on the same level as those in other places. As the distance from the surrounding areas increased, the benefits they enjoyed gradually decreased. Li Yi wanted to, but he did not have the ability, unless he personally went to each county to take a look. When there is a telephone, it will be easier to communicate. He will think of a way to improve the quality of life of the people. Li Yi knew how hardworking and thrifty the people of the Tang dynasty were. Even if a family earned 1 extra coin a day, for the poor people, it could be double their income. Each of them might earn 1 coin a day. A family of 5 people would earn 5 coins. An extra coin would be equivalent to 20%. Xiao Yi is right. At this moment, Baigo did not dare to say that he would charge him for the phone call. He was more interested in the noodles now. It was delicious. The weather was hot. There was a shed on the platform. The railway was empty. The hot air flowed slowly. It was as hot as having a shed, eating a mouthful of noodles with well water, chewing minced meat and biting a fifth of a clove of garlic. Happiness was at this moment. Li Longji picked up a pickled cucumber, also known as pickled melon seeds, and marinated it in a jar. Other cowpeas could also be marinated. After marinating, due to the presence of glutamic acid in the sauce, it tasted delicious. The disadvantage was that after marinating these things in the sauce, their taste would become worse. They were usually used to make sauce soup. In any case, it was not good to make meat sauce and egg sauce. Brother E, the poverty of the people in the mountainous areas is limited by the terrain. It is difficult to increase their income. Li Longji drank a mouthful of well water from the bowl that was not completely emptied and talked about the difficulties of the people's livelihood. This is the case in the arid areas. It is difficult to change the situation. We need to dig wells and build reservoirs. This year, we built reservoirs in Guanyi. Wells have been dug through the desert. There are also many wells being built along the way. Especially in the position of Anshi Jidushi, the wells are very useful. We provide the tools, and the people will dig them when they have the time. Inside the pass, we should use a cement pond to store water with a wooden frame and a grass curtain. Li Yi's thoughts wandered. He suddenly remembered that in his time in Gansu and other places, there should be reservoirs. using drip irrigation technology connected by bamboo tubes? Li Longji asked. Many of the lands that Zhang Sun Xan had contracted for free in Lantian County had already taken such measures. He cut the bamboo into 2 halves and placed the round part on the ground. He made a small hole at the bottom and stuffed a stick of grass into the hole at the high part. When the water flowed through the grass, the crops would be soaked in water. When more water was needed, the grass would be pulled out. In the past, no one had ever thought of such a way of watering. There were people who used bamboo to draw water, one after another, to draw water from mountain springs. For the sake of the Tang dynasty, Li really went all out. He simplified a lot of technologies and threw them out. For example, plastic film was used to keep heat and water. Li didn't have plastic film, so he had people put a grass curtain over it. The gap was slightly bigger, but it still kept heat and water. The photosynthesis was poor. After saying this, Li changed the topic. In non-drought situations, the income in the mountains can increase mainly through planting and breeding. The people need a startup fund and technical guidance. I can provide both. I can give them small interest-free loans. When they have income, they can slowly repay them. Li combined some of his methods and used them on the people of the Tang dynasty. After saying this, he lowered his head and ate his noodles. He couldn't chat anymore because he was hungry. This old man can't compare. Yao Chong muttered softly as he scooped up some minced meat. He finally admitted that even 100 ministers, added together, couldn't compare to Li alone. Otherwise, why would he be able to become an official and resign on the same night? His Majesty would also call anyone who had the same ability as him brother. There was no such thing as a monarch and a minister. If the relationship was distant, there would be less affection. Lu Ju got up and poured a spoonful of braised meat into Li's bowl. Shall eat more meat? Okay, I'll eat more. Li held the bowl with both hands to show his concern for his mother-in-law. Princess Yongmu looked at her bowl and then at her mother. What about me? Lu Jiu handed the spoon to Princess Yongmu. Help me scoop it. Don't just eat by yourself. After saying this, she went back, leaving Princess Yongmu alone with the spoon. I'll scoop it for you. Li took the spoon and helped Princess Yongmu scoop a spoonful. He suspected that his mother-in-law was trying to drive a wedge between them. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Where did the onlookers go to eat? Noble consort Lu was satisfied with Li and Princess Yongmu's display of affection, but she changed the topic. The little fellow just swallowed the food in her mouth. Today, those who sold steamed buns, and lunchboxes lost money. The weather is hot. Yes. Li Dan praised. Look at how smart her grandson was. In fact, it was completely different from what the little fellow said. People who worked hard still ate steamed buns, rice and hot dishes. Cold noodles, zhajiang noodles, cold rice noodles, and boiled rice were not enough to fill their stomachs. They ate noodles until they were full. After working for a while, they were hungry again. The key was that they did not dare to eat too much and delay their work. People who wanted to save money still ate black bread and free soup. They sweated and felt much cooler. If they were afraid of heat stroke, they could just rest in the shed and drink mung bean water. The people who made steamed buns, and lunchboxes had already reduced the amount of such food and added other cold foods. People were not stupid. For example, they could not find anyone selling candied haws now. In addition, there were also people who provided cold noodle soup and tofu skin for children. It was either dried tofu, or tofu skin. They put shredded cucumber and a large handful of tofu skin for 3 cents. Children mainly drank soup and shredded cucumber. Every 6 to 7 servings sold, they would earn a share of money. In fact, they could reach the level of making a profit by selling 1 serving at a low cost. The people who sold this stuff did not dare to do so. Their daily income would be more than 200 yuan. There were too many children who liked to eat this. However, there was competition. Others were selling it. As long as the red line was crossed, the Li family Zhuangzi guaranteed to release a large number of similar products to hit the market. If you did not follow the rules, you would not be able to make a single cent change your profession. Otherwise, you could not compete with the Li family Zhuangzi in terms of cost. Dongzhu, Xin Yan's master, came. He brought a lot of things. He said that he congratulated the Tang dynasty for the passage of the train. Songda ran over from somewhere else. He stood behind Li Yi and said loudly that he could not whisper. What did he bring? Li Yi could not understand. People from Nankou came over at noon to congratulate him? There are silk, satin, and paintings. He said that they were made by children. I saw the paintings. It was a water curtain during the performance. Songda briefly introduced. Prepare a set. Lend it to them at any time. Also, make pressure spray pipes. The weather is hot and the audience needs to be cool. Please come over. Li Yi thought for a while and ordered Songda. Chapter 1796. The fragrance of orchids wafted over. The big shots of Southern Chu had arrived. If not for the fact that there were so many people, one would not be able to smell the perfume. Thank you all for coming to congratulate us. We appreciate your kind intentions, but please take the food back. Have you eaten? Li Yi stood up to welcome them. The big shots of Southern Chu were not ordinary people. They were pleasing to the eye. Today was hot, and they wore simple and elegant clothes. Not yet. We're looking for food from Dongzhu. Xianyan said with a smile. We have minced noodles and cold noodles. You can eat them. Li Yi explained. Those who were on their period were fine too. The group of people found a place to sit and did not move forward. A large group of children also followed. Xianyan stayed behind and sat beside Xiaolan. Li Dongzhu, I think you already know that the children have been rehearsing a new program. I'll lend you a water screen. In addition, Pyongkong Square has a lot of empty land. We can build a terrazzo. You can also build a water fountain. Using animal power, there will be water mist everywhere. Li Yi did not beat around the bush. He first gave Xianyan and the rest a reassurance. He did not ask for anything. If it were some other men, they would try to get close to her. If he wanted to get close to her, there was no need for him to do so. Those men were not strong enough. Like Lu Yong, who could sing wherever there was a well, did he need to do so? Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Recently, I've been rehearsing a program for the children. It's mainly about the soldiers fighting at the borders, His Majesty's concern, and the officials' wisdom. Xianyan said the content, and at the same time made her request. I will design the background of the water screen. With another water screen, the scene will be grand. I will also make some special props. I will arrange the lighting. Li Yi agreed. He wanted to promote positive energy and let the people know why they were living such a happy life. Ordinary people would not understand the content of Xianyan's words. From the beginning until now, she had been hinting. Fortunately, other than the children, everyone else understood. This included the palace maids and eunuchs. Otherwise, some rich people who wanted to meet the big shots of Nankou were not qualified to go to Zhongxiu. Zhongxiu was relatively easier, and Beicu was easier. The premise was that you did not have that kind of disease. Li Dongzhu, I am unable to repay you for your help. Be an ox or a horse in your next life. No, be a grass. Li Yi said with a smile. Everyone around him laughed. What this servant means is, I heard that there are passenger carriages. Xinyan laughed and asked about the train. The train belongs to the imperial court. Even if it's profitable, it's still invested in the construction of the new railway. You guys take turns? Li Yi, who originally wanted to refuse, looked at Xinyan's eyes and agreed. So that people from other places can come to Chang'an. At that time, we will be able to earn money again. If we want to take it, we must take it. Xinyan replied. That's true. This way, Old Bai will be happy. Collect taxes on the tickets. You don't have to pay for the ride. You can eat and drink whatever you want in the car. Li Yi understood. Sinyan, and the other big shots were going to perform on the train's passenger carriages. After the other people knew, they were more willing to take the train directly to Tang, and they would take a bath first and then go to Pyongkong Square. Meng Haoren's wife, Han Xiangke, was amazing, right? She could only become famous in Xiangyang. She could not enter Chang and Pyongkong Square's Nangkou. She could not even enter Zhongqiu. The big shots of Nangkou would personally take the train to other places to attract customers. When the time comes, Zhongqiu and Beiqiu would also participate. Helping the train to make money was also a way to make money, especially when Haizhou started to trade overseas and set up a department of transportation. When the rich people overseas saw the women of Pyongkong Square, their eyes would definitely shine. The people of Nangkou had a tight grip on the foreign merchants. The foreign merchants came to Chang and in high spirits and found that if they wanted to enter Nangkou, it was definitely not a problem with the fare. They first had to go to Earthly Paradise to get a membership card that allowed them to go up to the 3rd floor. When the price was right, they could take a bath, the kind that cost a lot of money. When they entered Nangkou, they just had to talk to people, chat, listen to songs, and sing songs. They spent a lot of money, but they did not do the most important things. They would go down another level and enter Zhongqiu. There were more games in Zhongqiu. They would play chopsticks with you, write poems with you, and dance with you. And then that was it. When they thought about it, they would continue to spend money and move to Beiqiu. The girls in Beiqiu were good and enthusiastic. The money they earned from the business in the Tang dynasty could be spent sparingly. They would be able to buy goods later. The profits would only be earned after they went back and sold the goods. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. It is inconvenient for us to take the train. Li Dongzhu, please take care of us. Sinyan requested again. Hang a separate carriage. You can stay there and decorate it according to the style you gave. You can change it at any time. Li Yi promised again that they could earn more money. It was a win-win situation for everyone. The theme of the carriage was nothing more than the wallpaper and the layout of the furniture. For example, if they were from India, they would follow the style of the other party. If they were from the Abbasid Caliphate, they would have a different style. If they were from Southeast Asia, they would change it. If they were from Africa, they would play the drums. When he thought about the style of the people from different places, Li Yi put down his chopsticks and said to Sinyan, I have some songs about the outside world. I will write them down for you in 2 days. Take a look. Do you need any new instruments? Sinyan was not against new instruments. They were fast learners. People will do. It is mainstream. Most of the styles can be imitated. I am not good at playing. Let me show you some videos. There are some good ones. Li Yi knew how wide the range of the pipa was. For harps, there was the kongho. There was also the zither, which had many strings. Li Shangyin had said that the zither had 50 strings. I will listen to owner Li. This servant will not disturb you. Xian Yan received a satisfactory answer and carried her bowl to another place as she spoke to her companions. Her movements were not elegant, but natural. There was no pretense. This is the economy of the railway. After this, we will prepare special carriages for the merchants. Li Yi did not miss Sinyan's departing figure. He said that he wanted to talk to the important people about the railway. The individual carriages are better than the people of the Tang dynasty? The service is better? Lu Youqiu frowned. No, it's just that the price is higher. Li Yi shook his head. Why can't we give them better service? Our Tang dynasty is a country of etiquette. Charging 10 times the fare is because we value the merchants. The citizens of the Tang dynasty eat noodles with egg paste, but the merchants eat noodles with minced meat. Can't we give them noodles with minced meat? Baigu supported Li Yi. Money, a lot of money. Carriage fees. If it was the merchants who beat people up, that would not do. They would teach the merchants a lesson and confiscate their boats. Old Bai, I will take a look at your teeth tonight. If you need to wash them and bleach them. I notice that your teeth are a little yellow. Li Yi followed up with his service. Old Bai was actually a good person. Don't look at how he was always thinking about the Li family Zhuangzi's taxes. At the crucial moment, he really helped. This was life. It was love and hate. Otherwise, how could there be such passion? There is a toothstone. Get it out. Others are jealous, but this old man is drooling. Baigu did have a need. His upper and lower front teeth had a toothstone. He could rinse it with vinegar, but it was uncomfortable. Chapter 1797. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hello. Is this Xiao Yi? This is the Li family Zhuangzi Political Affairs Hall. Before dinner, the people in the village pulled out a telephone wire. It was a copper wire. Li Yi led the people in the workshop to make a telephone with the storage battery, dry battery, and other things that they already had. Baigu learned how to use it from the workshop to the Political Affairs Hall. He shook it to generate electricity and told the other side that he wanted to make a call. There was a small electric bell on the other side. Once the electricity was turned on, the bell would ring. Li Yi listened and realized that it was Baigua. He replied, "It's done. Next, we need to pull the wires to the same place and manually transfer them. I'll make another magnetic stone switch. Let's eat first." After Li Yi finished speaking, he put down the phone. The phone he made was connected to the receiver, unlike the original magnetic phone, where the receiver was separated from the receiver. "Hello. Is Xiao Yi still there? Why is there no sound? Is it broken?" Baigu wanted to say a few more words. The craftsman in charge of the installation took out his walkie-talkie. "Dongzhu, is it broken?" "It's not broken. Let's eat." Li Yi's voice came out. The craftsman looked at Baigu. Baigu took a deep breath. "Wash your teeth after dinner. When you return to Zhuangzi, forget about this important matter." Li Yi ate dinner in a small room next to the workshop. When the craftsman was too busy, he would even save time to go to the cafeteria. Li Yi ate half of his rice and ate it with the vinegar cabbage soup. He also ate a cantaloupe as fast as he could and entered the workshop with the craftsman, who also ate quickly. No one was allowed to eat in the workshop, and they had to go to the room next door to drink water. Everyone built a manual switch, and there were people outside who set up electric poles to connect the wires. Some phones can be combined at a certain location to save power poles. They would connect the wires in the nearby areas first. Tomorrow, they would connect the wires to the Pure Flowers Palace, the Imperial Plantation, Xingqing Palace, and the Imperial City. They would connect the wires from under the eaves of the courtyards to another location. Then connect the wires to the switch. When I'm done with the construction of the corridors, we'll all walk through the corridors. We'll try our best not to hang electric poles. It looks awkward like a spider web. The sky brightened again. Li Yi looked up at the phone line and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. When he was young, he had built electric wires like this. Whenever he went out, there would be electric poles. Some were made of asphalt, and some were made of cement. When he went to the market in town, some of the wires were less than a meter away from his head. Later on, at some point in time, it seemed to have happened overnight. It was gone. The wires were gone. There were also very few switches with fuses, and they were replaced by air switches. That's a good thing. If there's anything, just give me a call so I don't have to run all over the place. Su Yi felt that the phone cord above his head was beautiful. He made it sound as if he was always running errands. It turned out that while others were running errands, he was sitting in the Political Affairs Hall. Let's talk about the rules first. Everyone get used to it. When you make a call, you have to shake it first and report the number or location. Theoretically, you should report the number. When the call ended, he would shake it again. Otherwise, the operator would listen and see if he was still in a call. The operator in charge of the exchange is not allowed to listen to the entire call. I will give everyone a manual on the rules. All the numbers here are temporarily available. Currently, there are 300 numbers. In the future, we will need to increase the numbers and expand the exchange. Li Yi explained briefly. He then brought a few palace maids and eunuchs into the exchange room. He wanted to teach them personally. Everyone took a manual and returned to their own courtyards. The manual listed the phone numbers. The retired emperor, the emperor noble consort Lu, Empress Wang Jieyu, Princess Yongmu, Princess Jincheng, King Song, King Xin, the political affairs hall, Guazi's office. The number of the workshop could not be seen on the manual. The workshop was not under anyone else's control. The number of the inpatient building was there, but Songda's office was not. Next, Li Yi was busy. When the number came down, he picked it up and sent another good signal. He picked it up and raised the number. Another number came in. He picked it up again and repeated the previous steps. Another number came down. Li looked at it and picked it up, calling number. Looking for His Majesty. Bai Gu said, "Number, there's no His Majesty in Zhuangzi. Wait for the Xingqing Palace and the Imperial City to connect to you." Li Yi replied, "Looking for your third brother." Bai Gu changed the way he addressed him. "You know who I am, and you're looking for my third brother? Number." Li Yi followed the instructions strictly. 001. Bai Gu's voice was filled with helplessness. "There's no such number. Dong Dong 1. The other party is on the phone. Are you waiting, or will he call back later? Who are you talking to?" Dong 3. Do you want to wait or call back later? Pick up Dong 5. I'm looking for the Assistant Minister of Revenue. Dong 5. Are you waiting, or who allowed him to make a call outside? Xiao Yi, tell me who it is. Bai Gu was furious. Dong 3. Li Yi answered. Go and ask Su Yi. He's on the phone with the Assistant Minister of Revenue. How did he? Li Yi hung up, picked up another one, and continued to connect. Dong Zhu, can I help you? Let me try. Tao Hong 1 found it easy to learn. Okay. Li Yi agreed. It was still an experimental period. It didn't matter if he was wrong. The morning passed just like that. There was nothing to talk about. During lunch, 2 people were on duty in the exchange room. Some of the craftsmen could communicate with another workshop and make a call. They didn't have to run over. Some workshops were far away from each other. It was a waste of time. Songda made the most calls. He used the phone to arrange things. Everyone used batteries to make their calls. Li family Zhuangzi could charge the batteries. It was too wasteful to use batteries. Xiao Yi, he's on the phone. How do I know when he's done? Is there any hint? Bai Gu stayed in the room in the morning. It wasn't hot. He chose to eat rice for lunch. The dishes were hot. He sat in front of Li Yi. There is. You can talk to the Assistant Minister of Revenue. He's talking to someone else. When he stops talking, I'll tell you. In the future, I'll charge you by the second. Put a clock at the side. I need to build human-powered generators to charge the batteries. Batteries are a backup. Don't use them under normal circumstances. It's costly. Bring them back to me. Li Yi talked about the cost. The wiring, batteries, and labor were all money. The phone equipment was not included. This included the patent fees. Zhu Yi, do you think that if there are telephones between relay stations and the relay station sends a message to the next relay station as soon as they leave, the relay station will call the next relay station, and the next relay station will prepare a horse in advance? Wouldn't the message spread faster? For example, if there was a heavy rain in Azhou, the relay stations would prepare horses in advance. The news from Azhou provincial governor Lu Jingdao would arrive half a day earlier. Bai Gu thought about the relay station's horses. Telephones could inform people in advance. It depends on the news. Normal internal news from the Tang dynasty. For example, heavy rain or hail. Can't Lu Jingdao make a phone call? Why do you need horses? Li Yi was surprised. What's the purpose of me taking out telephones and telegrams? Is it to let people ride horses to spread the news faster? It's okay to send things. Why do you need to go to the relay station to say a few words? Bai Gu. Chapter 1798. Li Lang, are you going over to eat rice noodles? Princess Yongmu came over. I've already scooped the dishes. I just took a bite. Li Yi revealed an awkward expression. Dong Zhu, I actually wanted to eat your rice noodles, but I was too embarrassed to ask. Huang by number 4 stood behind Li Yi and took note of Li Yi's words with the others. Good. You have a future. Here, change a pair of chopsticks. Oh, bye, I'm going over. Do you want to come along? Li Yi smiled at Bai Gu and invited Huang by number 4. I haven't even touched my chopsticks. Bai Gu looked at the other palace maids and eunuchs. The others were looking down at their books. Sigh. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Zaifu is worthless now. Bai Gu was sad and upset. Li Yi picked up Bai Gu's plate and went out. He saw someone taking a plate and handed it over. By Zaifu's plate. I didn't eat it. I'm going over to eat rice noodles. Mi Laojiu helped me finish it. Sure, Bai Zaifu's appetite is too small. I'll add some more. Mi Laojiu agreed and smiled at Bai Gu. Bai Gu clasped his fists to express his gratitude. Huang by number 4 stayed behind to eat. The other palace maids and eunuchs continued to follow behind. They did not serve others, just like how the political affairs hall could not command the winged knights. In another large room, Li Longji and a group of people were there. This was the first time Qidai, Zhu, Dan ate rice noodles. It was not convenient to eat rice noodles in Tubo due to the atmospheric pressure. The palace maids and eunuchs helped to teach and operate it. They did not want to burn the rice noodles for the son-in-law. If they did, they would have to trouble Dongzhu to treat them and delay Dongzhu's time. Li Longji, who had made a few phone calls, was happy. He had chatted with his father and noble consort Lu in the morning. It felt different to communicate with brothers over the phone. For Li Longji, if Li Dan was angry, he had to deal with it according to tradition. Filial piety was important between father and son. In Li Longji's heart, noble consort Lu was more important than Li Dan. When he was young, he was raised by noble consort Lu. Brother, Yi, please take a seat. Li Longji saw that Li Yi was so happy that he almost got up and pulled out a chair for Li Yi. Long Zai sit. Seeing Li Yi sit down, Li Longji spoke to Bai Gu again. A rice noodle pot was placed in front of Li Yi. The chicken soup in the pot looked very calm. Li Yi carefully picked up the meat, mushrooms, fungus, bean sprouts, and other things and put them in. Finally, he put the rice noodles. The rice noodles were cooked, and the things that were not easily cooked should be put in first. There was a layer of oil on top of the chicken soup, and the temperature was very high. Li Longji was not in a hurry to eat. He drank iced beer and had some side dishes. Brother Yi, I heard that the phone needs a battery and a dry battery. It is not easy to make them. I saw that the pedal generator can provide electricity for light bulbs. Can't it be used on the phone? Li Longji's mind was active, thinking about shaking the phone while making a call. Li Yi picked up the wine glass, and Princess Yongmu poured wine for him. He nodded to express his gratitude and frowned. Third brother, shaking the phone belongs to communication, alternating current. Telephone calls need direct current, including charging the battery. The two types of electricity are actually related, but also different. To turn alternating current into direct current, you need a rectifier. In the manufacturing of rectifiers, there is copper oxide. Third brother, yes, copper oxide is simple, better than mercury. Mercury needs to be pressurized. The other type of rectifier is selenium. The technology is more advanced than copper oxide, but it is easy to be poisoned in the production process. Li Yi thought of something useful, turning alternating current into direct current using copper oxide. The efficiency is not very high, but it can be used. Just shaking the phone will do? Li Longji asked. Yes, it can be used to charge the battery. Shaking the phone while making a call is quite tiring. Li Yi's brows relaxed. What kind of technology is this? The system has worked hard. The person eating and the person filling the bowl can have nothing to do with each other. But the person on the phone and shaking the phone has to be the same person? Bai Gu said as he looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. Xiao Yi ate a mouthful of rice, but you didn't even look at the rice that I didn't eat. Yes, the phone is a precious thing. Arrange for a specialized person to shake the phone. Yes, Li Yi agreed with Bai Gu's words. The Tang dynasty was not the same as his time. Many people did not even have fixed phones. His company had many fixed phones, including 2 numbers at home. In the Tang dynasty, where people could afford to use phones, why would they lack people to shake the phone? I saved you some things. Bai Gu took credit. I gave you the phone in Zhuangzi, and I bought it from the Ministry of Revenue outside. What did you save me? The Ministry of Revenue must be equipped with 3 phones, 2 rectifier generators, 2 batteries, and 2 dry battery packs. Unless the line is broken, if there is a problem in one place, the others must be replaced immediately. At the same time, a radio transmitter must also be arranged. Since we are using new things, we must ensure that the communication is unobstructed. All big accidents are caused by small negligence. Either there is no backup or it is perfect. Li Yi thought that the phone lines were already laid out, so what was the lack of backup equipment? When the time came, they would have to be checked and replaced regularly. Fortunately, when there was a flood in Ezhou and the Yangtze River Dam burst, a phone call would be sent over, and the wing knights would rush over with all their might. Every second faster could cost a life. If the phone broke at a critical moment, how much money could be used to make up for it? When there were no telephones or telegrams, they could only rely on the relay station. Their ability was limited. They could only sigh and accept reality. There was clearly something, but because of a leak in the backup equipment, many people died. The reality was unacceptable, and someone had to lose their head. For example, in theory, there might be a problem in Wentian Lawn Pavilion, so the wing knights were arranged next to it. Is this thing expensive? When Bai Gu heard that he had to take money from the Ministry of Revenue to Li family Zhuangzi, even the chicken soup was not fragrant anymore. It was too hot. You can't afford the technology, but it is cheap. Li Yi was also in a bad mood, so no one would pay him patent fees. How much was the battery material? The battery was also acceptable. The rectifier was just copper oxide, and the materials in the phone call were all beside him. If I can think of it, I don't want the technology money. Bai Gu comforted Li Yi. In the Workers' Alliance, E-Alliance, Business Alliance, and so on, if someone came up with new things, they would be rewarded with a buyout price. When it came to Li Yi's Zhuangzi, there was nothing. Sometimes the Li family Zhuangzi even had to give something. If it was someone else who would... No, if it was someone else, he could casually get a standard first-rank official. Xiao Yi, yesterday, that standard first-rank official resigned. Bai Gu nodded. Li Yi, don't talk to me about other things. I didn't even engrave the seal. I just said it at the last minute. You don't have to resign. Next time, it might be another official. It doesn't matter. Li Yi instantly felt wronged. The patent could not be exchanged for his willfulness. He said that being an official was not enough. The Hall of Governmental Affairs did not issue orders, and the disciples did not produce books. It was not enough for him to be an official for a day. Li Lang, eat the rice noodles. It will get cold soon. Princess Yongmu helped to change the topic. Don't talk about it. My Li Lang only has this little bit of power. Why do you have to keep staring at it? Obviously, the rice noodles would not get cold. Li Yi scooped them up with chopsticks and spoon. The rice noodles were long. Those who did not know how to eat it broke it with chopsticks or spoon and scooped out a section. Those who knew how to eat it scooped out the whole one. One section was scooped out with both hands. Those who did not know how to eat it obviously did not know how to eat it. He tried to pick it up, but the rice noodles slipped out and the oil splashed out. The palace maid standing next to him used the fastest speed to cover his face with a handkerchief. His clothes were splashed with oil, but his face was fine. Chapter 1799. Li Yi went to the side of Chi Dai Pearl, took a new pair of chopsticks and a new spoon, and picked up the noodles in the jar. The length of the rice noodles depends on the process. The shorter the length, the greater the loss. The rice noodles are squeezed out and then dried. Before cooking, it needs to be soaked. Li Yi spoke as he worked. His movements were very slow, and he put the rice noodles into the spoon bit by bit. Otherwise, he would have to use a small bowl of chi-dai pearl. Chi-dai pearl was doubtful. It's long when you make it, but after soaking, why don't you cut it into short pieces? Because the chicken soup is very hot, you can take the rice noodles out slowly. When you finish, it's almost the right temperature to eat. Looking at the free soup shed outside, someone ran over and breathed quickly. The people guarding the shed did not allow him to drink cold water. Firstly, it's easy to choke. Secondly, after vigorous exercise, the capillaries will expand and contract rapidly when suddenly cold, resulting in a spasm reaction. If you want to eat it quickly, it's better to eat it over the water. It's faster. Slurp, slurp. As Li Yi spoke, he put the rice noodles in the spoon into the small bowl of chi-dai pearl, and the demonstration was complete. Chi-dai pearl understood. It's okay to be slow? Patient? Yes. The arrow is not fast but accurate. The horse is not fast but stable. Li Yi put down the things and returned to his position. Chi-dai pearl looked at Li Yi and felt very comfortable. He learned knowledge and did not feel any ridicule. Li Yi only expressed sincerity. Listening to Li Yi's words, he felt like he was with close friends. Li Dongzhu, why do you give people a good feeling? And then you're like that in many of the foreign wars of the Tang dynasty? Chi-dai pearl was more direct. When Li Yi was fighting in the Tang dynasty, he hated that he could not help the soldiers at the border to kill all the enemies. I'm learning from someone. I haven't learned anything yet. I will continue to work hard, Li Yi answered honestly. Who? Bai Gu and Chi-dai pearl asked together. Old Joe, you don't know him. His diplomatic skills are legendary. He's the only one. Even if you have a deep hatred for his country, you have to show enough respect when you face him alone. Now that I'm in charge of the Tang dynasty, I'll study hard. Even if I can only learn 10% of it, it's enough to make me happy. Li Yi raised his wine glass in a gentle and refined manner. Using the ruler to hold the pearls, he learned to hold the wine and imitated. Li Yi smiled politely and added his rice noodles. While they were eating, some of them were eating rujiamo. If they could afford it, they would eat it. If they couldn't, they would grab a handful of fried rice. The winged knights were learning in pairs. One of them was learning the telegraph code, while the other was in charge of decoding. The two of them were not allowed to share what they had learned with each other and were separated. Tomorrow morning, they would take the telegraph and the decoding book and leave for the Celestial Army. There was a relay station, and the telegram could not be sent too far. The relay station would transfer the telegram. 2,000 people were going out. 20 people were in a team, so there were 200 teams. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi were working hard to make the telegraph. The structure of the telegraph was simple, and it was not as difficult as carving patterns on the tassels. Guizi wandered around with a basket of rujiamos. When he saw that someone had finished eating, he would give one to them. In Li Yi's time, people usually ate one rujiamo to fill their stomachs, especially women. Men would feel bloated if they ate 2 rujiamos. There was too much meat. It was normal for the winged knights to eat 8 or 10 rujiamos. They exercised a lot. At the same time, they also had to calculate math problems and draw maps after strenuous exercise. If they didn't get enough nutrition, they would lose all their hair, let alone combat power. They were trained like special forces. In the worst environment, the most difficult situation, and the most exhausted moment, they could still maintain a clear mind and calm thinking. Ordinary people would collapse when they were lonely, cold, and hungry. Without a goal, they would be unable to persist, and their hearts would be empty. The winged knights were not like that. They needed to complete the mission. If it was a mission to rescue the people of the Tang dynasty, it didn't matter how much they suffered. They needed to give the people they rescued a kind of warmth and support. Guizi wandered around. He had a basket in one hand and a file in the other. He learned both without any restrictions. He still didn't know why Li Yi valued him so much. Li Yi left Chang and for Luoyang before the imperial examination. He didn't say anything else, but asked him about the military examination. When Li Yi came back, he would be the chief of the military examination. Li Yi took good care of him and his family. He exchanged his life for the most powerful weapon for him to use. It was said that Li Dongzhu could calculate. Could it be that he had calculated something? Oh, focus on your business. Don't think about anything else. My lord, when the country's scholar meets me, I will repay the country's scholar. Guizi recited the content and stopped to give Rujiamos to his brothers. He didn't urge them. They were already risking their lives. If they didn't risk their lives when they received the mission, they would have to play games with Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu, are there any special techniques for the ingredients in the rice noodles? Can you do it in tubo? He liked the rice noodles. He put in chili meat sauce and pepper oil. It's chicken soup. Then put other things you can find in it to boil. If it's not convenient to boil, use a pressure cooker to boil it. Put in the rice noodles. Li Yi's answer was the simplest. He didn't mention anything specific. Just like his promotion, there were actually mullet and squid in the authentic Crossbridge rice noodles in Kayun Zinan. Where was the squid in Yunnan? Was it the deep-sea kind? Should he put in the Antarctic krill? Northeast flying dragon was used to boil the soup. Japanese Empire's Wagyu beef was put in the soup first. Otherwise, it wouldn't be authentic. Crossbridge rice noodles were the rice noodles and chicken soup. As for the other things, just put them in. It was difficult to boil it in the highlands. As for stewing, when the other things were stewed, they were cooked rice noodles. Was it authentic? Is that so? He thought it was profound, but in the end, Li Dongzhu, I think there's rice noodles too. Is it the same? Li Dongzhu learned how to draw inferences. You can put wontons, noodles, and dumplings in the soup. You can take out tam barley noodles. But I don't recommend you to do that for the chicken soup cooked in the pressure cooker. Li nodded. It was just eating. He could change it according to the environment. Where's the sauce? Li Dongzhu scooped a spoonful of spicy meat sauce. It was delicious. I'll give you as much as you eat. We are relatives. Although the road is long, the army can go there. The meat sauce will not be a problem. Li Yi expressed his sincerity. It would be better if he didn't mention the army. Li Lang, Tubo and India are doing normal and peaceful trade. Can telegrams play a role in it? Princess Yongmu asked for Princess Jincheng. According to seniority, Princess Jincheng was Princess Yongmu's cousin. Okay. Li Yi was very straightforward. Xiao Yi. Bai Gu was not willing. Send a telegram to Tubo? We just came in contact with the Tang dynasty. Oh, Bai, you're going to be rich. Let's send the winged knights to help pass the message. Tubo will rent the equipment and the winged knights together. By then, you will know what good things are in India. If you want, just say it. We will send a telegram and they will help to buy it. Li Yi peeled a clove of garlic in front of him and put it in front of Bai Gu. You want to eat raw garlic for rice noodles? It's not jajang noodles. Okay, we should help Tubo pass the message. We are family. Bai Gu understood. If they don't give things to Tubo, the Tang dynasty will follow Tubo to India to collect information. Tubo still needs to spend money. This can be done. Xiao Yi is reliable. Chapter 1800. For a moment, the surroundings were quiet. Everyone looked at Li Yi with special eyes, including Chi Dai Pearl and Princess Jincheng. It was clearly something that Tubo wanted. How did it become a spy in the blink of an eye? Are you serious? The Tang dynasty did not know about the various problems between Tubo and India, and Princess Jincheng could not get the specific information. Once the telegram was released, the winged knights would control it. Others could only say that the winged knights helped to send it and paid for it. Who could guarantee that the winged knights would not send a telegram back to the Tang dynasty if they saw or heard anything in the middle of the team? This operation was amazing. other than the position of the emperor. Were there any officials above the first rank? Next time, you can be an official and resign at night. Li Dongzhu, what is happening in Tubo that the Tang dynasty knows about? Chi Dai Pearl was very direct. If we have good news, we will also tell you. It is convenient to communicate. Unfortunately, it is too far away. Otherwise, I would want to talk to you every day. Li Yi scooped a spoonful of spicy meat sauce for Chi Dai Pearl, regardless of whether it was salty or not. But son-in-law, family is the bond. If we put aside family, the Tang dynasty will talk about military and economic strength. In a few days, when we go to Hunan, I will show you a kind of cannon. It is more powerful than the sky monkey cannon. It is accurate and can blow up a whole area. For example, in the grasslands of the Tufan Empire and the Turkic Khaganate, there are many wolves. Using this cannon, boom, 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 not a single one will be able to escape. Li Yi moved Chi Dai Pearl with emotion and reason. That's right, there's nothing else. There's no such thing as enticement or threat. They were all relatives. Yes. Chi Dai Pearl thanked him. If there was such a weapon, the Tang dynasty should thank him for not attacking Tubo. After lunch, Li Yi drank beer. He was a little confused. The beer was cold. He did not feel anything when he drank it. Later, the alcohol began to be absorbed. He first went to the hospital to see the death row prisoner who was waiting to be used for practice. Forget it, he would spare his life today. He turned around and went to the school to teach other people. He did not teach chemistry, but physics. Chemistry was something that one would have to do when they were in the heat of the moment. They could not even drive after drinking, let alone do chemistry experiments. The Li family Zhuangzi's men continued to set up the telephone line. They did not prepare any wood that had been boiled with pitch in advance, so they replaced it with other wood first. Cement pillars could not be used. There was iron inside, and the overall price was more expensive than wood. The palace maids and eunuchs in charge of the exchange became busy. Since they were unfamiliar with the operation, they were only responsible for 20 numbers each. Occasionally, when he made a mistake, he would pull it out and start over. The caller expressed his understanding. There was a process to familiarize oneself with new things. The staff in the manual exchange room worried everyone, so they gathered together to discuss. Tao Hong and the others couldn't do it, but they just needed to learn. Usually, they had to move together with others. The other palace maids and eunuchs were worried that they would eavesdrop, including the servants serving Li Longji and Empress Wang. In the end, they decided to let Princess Yongmu's maids be in charge. Princess Yongmu had a female special operations team, so she needed fewer people. Usually, when she was in Zhuangzi, she would occasionally go to Wentian Lan Xiang Pavilion and find someone to accompany her. After that, she would specially train people she trusted. That was the only way for now. The machine that made popcorn sticks was running frantically. Today, they were not making popcorn sticks. They were making pellets containing bone powder, oats, soybeans, bean cakes, salt, and other things. The livestock in Zhuangzi were not going out. First, they stopped for a day to gather the original and newly made ingredients. Then, the 2,000 winged knights brought the ingredients to the celestial army. The 8,000 horses were being fed extra. They would set off with the ingredients, and the ingredients were all for them to eat. In fact, the taste and texture of the ingredients were not bad for humans. With the connection of the telephone lines to the imperial city, Xingqing Palace, and other important places, dawn appeared. 2,000 Yulin-winged cavalry finished their meal and set off with their spirited horses. They carried 400 telegraph machines, 2 in each team. The 2 teams would be together. If one of them broke down, it would not delay the transmission of the news. As the receiving distance of the telegram was not far enough, there was a need for a relay. Each team carried 2 bags of explosives. If they were surrounded by the enemy during the relay, they would blow up the telegraph machine first. The enemy would not be able to do anything about it. Li Yi had surgery today and could not go out. He did not dare to eat too much breakfast. Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian took Princess Jincheng and her husband out shopping. They went to the east and west markets, as well as the south of the city. The two older princesses were not familiar with them. They were learning from Xiaolan. Princess Yongmu accompanied them and brought her younger brothers. Guozi, Fan Fan, Qinli, and the others were in charge of protecting them. The assault rifles and pistols that were sent to Princess Jincheng were not missing. The following cars were equipped with heavy machine guns. Boizhu and Isinba, who were accompanying them, were envious. This military lineup was invincible. The winged knights would chase after the enemy generals and kill them. Yuan, is there a new product in the pavilion? Princess Jinxian saw when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion first. There were commoners who used bamboo poles to wipe the glass. There were also people who were in charge of splashing water. There was soap on the surface. After wiping, the glass would be clean. The commoners spontaneously wiped the glass every day. They only wiped the glass on the first floor. When they were not open for business, the curtains on the first floor would be pulled up. After the commoners wiped the glass, they would use it as a mirror. They could not afford other mirrors. If anyone had a copper mirror at home, they would treat it as a family heirloom and pass it down from mother-in-law to daughter-in-law. Now there are short-sighted glasses and reading glasses. The price was low. They allowed loans to buy them. They could be paid in installments with no interest. Some short-sighted people wore them. They could also be used as a mirror. They would put dark things behind them. The short-sighted glasses and reading glasses were sold as normal glass. If they could not be sold, they would be broken and used as decorations. They did not look good either. The commoners felt that their eyes could not see clearly. At night, when people said that the stars in the sky were bright, some people said that they were right. Unfortunately, there was only one star. Others reminded them that it was the moon. Therefore, those who saw the moon as stars went to the Li family Zhuangzi's place in the south of the city to try on glasses. It was written in the newspaper that myopia would gradually worsen if one did not wear glasses and eventually become blind. Therefore, people with myopia needed to get a pair of glasses in time. The price was low, and they were allowed to replace them if they were broken. At the same time, they could also see if they had become more myopic. He just wanted to have her and tell his wife about it. Son-in-law, don't be anxious. When you go back next year, bring along the glass. It won't be easy to transport them. Princess Yongmu had promised to give it to her cousin, but no one else had it. If other people wanted it, they would spend money to buy it. Such a large piece of floor-to-ceiling glass could be sent to Tubo for 100,000 yuan. They could have as many as they wanted. If you can't afford it, don't blindly think about it. It's relatively cheaper to buy glass plates and pots. People in Tubo need glasses too. Taking advantage of the opportunity to gain benefits for his own people. He even came to the Tang dynasty and risked his life. If he did not bring anything useful back, the other tribes in the alliance would not be convinced. I'll sell it. Son-in-law's people can try it. I'll give it to you for free. As for the rest, including mirrors to prevent snow blindness, we have everything. Princess Yongmu had promised to sell it to you. If you want to take it for free, it can only be your people. Chapter 1801. He looked at the two important envoys beside him, implying that there was nothing he could do. He was quite sad. Why was it that when he came to the Tang dynasty, it was as if he was asking for something from a rich relative? He was not the only one. Princess Yuzhen, as an elder, also felt poor. She was envious when she heard that Lanxiang Pavilion was making a lot of money every day. Yuan, now that the Li family Zhuangzi is getting richer, do you have any extra copper words for printing? Princess Yuzhen could not control her sister. Princess Jinxian wanted that set of copper words, but her sister was also poor. She asked her niece, "Since your family is so rich, can you give me a set?" "Aunt, the copper set has been saved. Li Lang said to keep it as a souvenir. Now we're printing with lead alloy type." Princess Yongmu shook her head gently. Our Zhuangzi's printing technology has been upgraded. Turning his head, he said to Princess Jinxian, Aunt, why don't you exchange your set of copper with Zhuangzi and exchange it for more alloys for words? Princess Yongmu knew that the alloy type was not as valuable as copper. Li Lang had the technology. He needed it to make batteries, so he specially refined it and changed the metal type at the same time. He also said that when the production increased, the local printing departments that used iron pens to write wax paper would all change to the new metal type. Yuan, the newspapers now don't use copper words? Princess Jinxian seemed to have discovered a new continent. Aunt, do you want exchange? There are more words, and there are foreign words, such as India, Japanese Empire, Tubo, and Abbasid Caliphate. Princess Yongmu wanted to exchange for that set of copper words. The other words have been made. Princess Jinxian's expression changed. It's being made. Li Lang translated a lot of books. For example, Li Family Zhuangzi's translation of Buddhist scriptures is the best. There are also annotations at the bottom. Princess Yongmu was proud when she talked about this. Li Lang knew how to translate the Buddhist scriptures. As for the previous books, Li Lang still gave annotations. Moreover, when adding punctuation marks, he would list out some sentences separately. Li Lang was usually so busy that he could only occasionally find the time to translate. Send me the new ones first, and I'll bring back the copper ones. The font size is different, but the typography can all fit in. How did you do this? Princess Jinxian did not care about copper as long as she had it. She would translate the scriptures for others. The layout is arranged according to the algorithm, and there are different sets of grids. I'll ask Li Lang later if he wants to pass it on. Princess Yongmu did not understand the specifics. She only knew that typesetting was a technical job. Font size, symmetry or asymmetry, coloring, adding or not adding pictures. A series of problems were all in the algorithm. I want one set. When Princess True Jade heard that there were extra sets, she hurriedly decided. She was going to give it to some of the students later, those who had entered her room. Those who were good at writing poems could help spread the word, but it was a pity that it was too strenuous to recommend. Her imperial brother only gave her one slot every half a year. She had used up the slots for the past 2 years, but not a single one of them had been chosen. The things that her brother asked were different from normal people. Last month, he gave her one slot for half a year. She wrote very well. Her imperial brother had seen a few people's poems and allowed one to meet. She thought that he would ask about the Tubo and the Turks, so she prepared in advance, including the economic and political issues of the Tang dynasty. If she could teach them all how to speak when they met. In the end, her imperial brother asked what kind of fish could be raised in a 1-acre pond that could make her income reach 40 taels a year. Her gigolo did not answer. He did not raise fish, but he knew what kind of fish there were in the pond. If it was related to money, who knew how to get it? Her imperial brother asked if there were 50 beehives, each with 8 beehives. He wanted to raise them from early spring to late autumn. He asked how many kinds of crops should be planted in 50 mu of land to collect honey normally. Her gigolo did not even know how many bees there were in the beehive. He had eaten honey, but he had never seen bees raised. The third question was also the last question. Her imperial brother said that he liked the Li Family Zhuangzi's zoo and wanted to build a better one. He was willing to spend 5 million taels and asked where was the best place to build it. Her gigolo understood and told her imperial brother that it should be built in Lantian County. There were mountains and plains in Lantian County, including a large area of mountains and plains. If they built a mountain road and designed it well, it would definitely be better than the Li Family Zhuangzi Zoo. Therefore, her gigolo was now arranged to build a mountain road. Wasn't this stupid? The Li Family Zhuangzi already had a zoo. Why would they build a new one? 5 million taels. You should persuade them not to spend this money. It should be used for the people's livelihood. You can't raise fish, you can't raise bees, you can't even do farming. You don't even dare to do your duty for the people of the world? It seemed that these questions were difficult to answer, but her imperial brother could not stop her imperial brother from interacting with Li Yi all day long. She asked Li Yi 3 questions. Li Yi guaranteed that her imperial brother would be satisfied with the answers. She could even earn 400 taels a year by raising fish. She could continue to raise bees in winter, who said that honey could not be collected in late autumn. As for building a zoo, that was definitely out of the question. If they had that money, they might as well use it to breed livestock. Weren't they currently using a good stallion to give birth to a group of maras? Why not ask about the economy of the Tubo Empire, the later Turks, and the Tang dynasty? The newspapers said that every day. What was there to ask? The people all knew. She was quite concerned about the gigolo who was going to build the mountain road. She wanted to get a set of printing tools and help print a book of poetry. She wanted to build a mountain road that was 2 zhang wide. She wanted to build a mountain road that was 10 zhang wide. Fortunately, her imperial brother did not ask for only one person to build it. He paid for it himself and hired 30 people to help. They provided tools for 30 taels a day. They were all good people who could work. Could it be finished by next year? Aunt, I won't give you colored ink. Like Aunt Jinxian, it can only be black ink. Princess Yongmu agreed for her imperial father's sake. As soon as she spoke, Princess True Jade's thoughts, or rather, her worries, were pulled back. Yuan, let me ask Li Lang something. How much would it cost for 31 people to build a mountain road that was 2 zhang wide and 10 zhang long, such as the one behind Lantian County? How long would it take to finish? Princess True Jade thought of an idea. Didn't they say that Li Yi would answer all questions? Could he answer this question? Let me ask. Princess Yongmu took out a walkie-talkie from her bag and dialed a number. Tao Hong, has Li Lang's surgery ended? No. It's like this. When it's over, tell Li Lang. Okay. Aunt, Li Lang is undergoing surgery. Wait a moment. Let's continue forward. We'll go to Shi City after we're done. Princess Yongmu stuffed the walkie-talkie back into her bag and pointed ahead. She was even more envious. What telephone and telegram? This thing was the best. It was so big that she could talk to places far away at any time. She even needed a telephone line. Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian pretended not to see it. They couldn't have the 2 of them. One was useless. They needed several. If they dared to ask, they would be locked up by their imperial brother. The things in Shi City were indeed better. They were neatly packed. The leaves of the celery were all removed. The cucumbers were tender. The eggplants didn't need to be pinched. Just by looking at their appearance, one could tell that they weren't old. I can't see the leaves of the celery. It can be fed to the chickens. They won't be thrown away, right? After seeing Princess Jincheng feed some things to the livestock and poultry, he decided to get closer to the people. Take it to make pan-fried buns and pickled vegetables. Send it to Grief Tian Square. Generally, there won't be much left of anything bad. Give it all to Grief Tian Square. Boxy spoke. He was familiar with the situation. Tubo didn't have Grief Tian Square. In Tubo, such people should die. They were considered a waste of food and didn't have enough to eat.